Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us on this very special broadcast. The betrayal of 9/11 and its forgotten victims, a program proudly presented by the Glazov Gang and Live Up to Freedom. My name is Inez Annie Cyrus, and it is absolutely my distinct honor to be your host this afternoon as we reflect on the 20th anniversary of September 11, 2001, and the 9th anniversary of September 11, 2012. We will remember and honor those who perished and those who served. We will learn from mistakes we made as a nation, and we will commit once again to fight evil on our midst. So, never forget becomes never again. On that note, I would like to invite you to join me as David S. Smith, the director of Illinois Family Institute, has agreed graciously to bless this program with an opening prayer. So, let's go ahead and get started.
Hello, my name is David Smith. I've been asked to say the prayer, and I want to thank Annie Cyrus for that privilege of being able to do that. So I want to ask you to please join me in prayer as we start this special event and remember the 20th anniversary of September 11th. Heavenly Father, Lord, we come before you humbly, recognizing you are God. We are not. We're humbly acknowledging you are our God. You are the only God. You are the creator of everything. You are the source of all good things. You are our sustainer, our savior, our redeemer. You are our strength and stamina. And Lord, we give you honor and praise. We thank you for being the God of the Bible. And we thank you for your word and how important it is to us and how you speak to us anew every day through your word. Father, may we have ears to hear. May we understand and obey what you've commanded us to do. And Father, may we serve you as we live out our days here on earth. But Lord, we come to you tonight humbly, remembering this anniversary of September 11th and the devastation that was wreaked on America, that the attacks had, these terrorist attacks, had on our nation and on over 3,000 innocent lives, unsuspecting lives, God, who did not know what was coming. And Father, for the responders who ran to the sound of the battle and the explosions and the fire and the smoke, Lord, we want to praise you for those people who sacrificed themselves and put themselves in harm's way and never went home as a result of running to the sound of conflict. Father, we thank you for such brave men and women, that they lived and that they gave of themselves in an amazing way. We thank you for those who took down the terrorists in that field in Pennsylvania. We thank you that they acted and would not allow the terrorists to get to their goal. We thank you for those brave men and women. Father, 20 years later, we look back and we see how we were shaken at the core. Many of us, many people who hadn't turned to you and had forgotten you, turned back to you and said, Lord, help, we need your help. They recognize you are our tower, our strong tower and fortress. And Father, in the meantime, we have again slipped back into a pathetic apathy. And Lord, we need to ask your forgiveness Lord, as around us, our culture is normalizing wickedness. The Sharia and Islam is just part of this wickedness that is being normalized in our nation. Father, we've forgotten you. We've forgotten your word. And we need a revival, but it's got to start with us. Lord, we become comfortable. We've enjoyed your blessings. We have enjoyed the wealth of this nation. And we've said in our hearts, we don't need you. And that's a lie straight from the pit of hell. We need you. We're dependent upon you. You created us not for our own comforts and our own selfish pursuits, but Lord, to give you honor, to give you glory, and to fellowship with you for eternity. So God, I just pray that you would help us understand these things as we go forward. Open our eyes, Lord. Help us to see. Open our ears. Help us to hear the hard things that Annie is going to share with us tonight. Father, let us not be comfortable. Let us not glory in our wealth, but rather let us humbly consider what she is going to present to us and the call to action. Father God, I pray for this right now. May you be glorified. May you use Annie in marvelous and great ways as you have already. Her testimony is amazing, and we praise you that she is willing to speak when so many people aren't willing to speak out. They're afraid. They're afraid of the devil and his minions and what they would do. But Father, she knows. She's in the palm of your hand, and no matter what they do to her, they can't take her out of your hands. So we praise you for that, and we thank you for that. Bless this time, I pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Again, thank you so much, David Smith, Director of Illinois Family Institute. Their website is illinoisfamily.org if you'd like to get behind them, support them, or possibly join them. 20 years ago today, on September 11, in a matter of less than 3 hours, the world changed forever. It took 19 Islamic jihadists to turn 4 planes into destructive weapon and take the lives of nearly 3,000 absolutely innocent people. As I said at the beginning of this program, as we reflect today, we will honor and remember those whose lives were cut short for doing absolutely nothing to those hijackers, jihadists, or anyone behind the operation of September 11, 2001. We will also learn from mistakes we made as a nation. On that note, we will have messages by freedom fighters and leaders of counter-jihad movement. But before we get to do any of that, I want to ask you all for a very huge favor. Today will be rough. It will be hard to get through. As I said, we are hoping to have 4 hours of this broadcast with you. I want to ask you to hang in there, to stay with me. As Mr. Smith said, we need to keep our eyes, our ears, and our hearts open today. And today is just the beginning. I promise you. This is not it. This is not a 4-hour broadcast where we're going to get through it. We move on. We go on like every other year for the last 20 years where life goes back to normal. No. Live Up to Freedom has just started this program. So I want you to know, first of all, this is not it. today is the first day. Secondly, if you missed the call before to join us on September 11 project, there is still time. It is an ongoing project. If you want to be part of it when this broadcast is over, you feel like you want to be part of what happened today to continue happening, you can easily reach out to us and volunteer, just like the wonderful over 61 people have volunteered in last 5 weeks. Yes, this is not just me. 61 people have volunteered their time, their talent, their expertise, their voices, their hearts, their souls in last 5 weeks for today to happen. So if you want to be part of that project as it goes on, go to liveuptofreedom.com or send an email to liveuptofreedom@gmail.com. You can join us because this will continue. As I said, we are going to commit once again to fight evil, and this is what I would like or consider the start. So let's take a few moments, and it's going to get tough. I'll be here with you, and I expect you to be here with me as we go through this. But let's go ahead and take a look at what did happen in a short version and how the world was changed to make this world a lot more comfortable for Islam and Sharia.
American 11 trying to call.
The cockpit is not answering the phone. Our number 1 is in staff, and our 5 is in staff.
Hey, one call from Washington. How do you know the situation with American 11, a possible hijack?
What's going on there? Aircraft is erratic again. There you go. Ready, talk to me. Eddie, are you there? Eddie? Eddie? What? 737? The World Trade Center. Who are you talking to? Oh, God. Oh, my God.
United 175, New York. We have some problems over here right now. We might have a hijack over here, 2 of them.
Joel, this is Ryan. Listen, on an airplane that's been hijacked. If things will go well, I'm looking good. I just want you to know I absolutely love you. I want you to do good. So happy to time. Same to my parents and everybody. And I just totally love you, and I will see you later. Bye, Dave.
What are those people going to do? All the elevators are blocked out.
Oh my god. So both towers are now.
Okay, now I got an aircraft 6 miles east of the White House.
Crystal City, just north of Crystal City.
This is the number to your tower.
Yeah, stop all the parkers.
I got this guy. Don't forget that. Goddamn, I can't protect my NCA.
United 93, that traffic for you is 1 o'clock, 12 miles eastbound 370.
Negative contact, we're looking at United 93.
United 93, Cleveland, if you hear the center right then.
I got that big doc. Keep it ready to be. You have the ball,
Tuesday, 9:47 a.m.
Hi, baby. Baby, you have to listen to me carefully. I'm on a plane that's been hijacked. I'm on the plane. I'm calling from the plane. I want to tell you I love you. Please tell my children that I love them very much. And I'm so sorry, babe. I hope to be able to see your face again, baby. I love you. Bye.
We're 56865. We have I believe it is a Boeing 757. Can you see him up there, sir?
That's concurrent. It looks like he's rocking his wings.
Roger.
He's rocking back and forth.
We're 56865. I advise you stay away from that aircraft. Go north as fast as you can.
United 93, have you got information on that yet?
Yeah, he's down.
He's down?
Yes.
When did he land?
He did not land.
Oh, he's down?
Yeah,
Down?
somewhere up northeast of Camp David.
Honestly, I just want to let you know I love you. And I'm stuck in this building in New York. This will off the smoke and you just wanted to, but that was only what people wanted.
At number 2 station, right. Ladies and students, you be talking. We're not ready to die. It's getting bad.
Somebody 85 I'm gonna die, aren't I? No. Say I'm gonna die.
Liv, say your prayers. We're going to think positive because you got to help each other get off the floor.
I'm
Now,
gonna die.
Use back of war. Temporary.
I can't even imagine what they felt or what they went through. But I do know this. As most of us absolutely remember exactly where we were, what we were doing, and how we felt that day. One of the things we worked on last 5 weeks was to get to know those who lost their lives that day. And stay tuned because we will introduce them to you as well, or at least as many of them as we can today. And when you get to know them just as a person, not as a victim or as someone who had to face such a painful moment seconds or minutes before dying, but as a person, it gives me and many that who were involved with this project, it gave all of us the motivation, the inspiration to get up and say enough is enough. To say it is time to stand up to anyone and anything that has caused September 11 of 2001 and every other attack on non-Muslims, on Westerners, on Americans. And I'll say this because I'm sure most of you do know, but on September 11, 2001, 19 Islamic jihadists died. But with them, they took lives of nearly 3,000 people from 26 different countries with all sorts of different backgrounds, races, genders, ages, and they didn't hesitate. So I would like to say this, that every time I say Islam is at war with humanity, this is a perfect, sadly perfect example of Islam being at war with humanity. Because those who died on September 11, 2001, the jihadis and hijackers didn't sort through them. They didn't ask them, where are you from? Are you a Republican? Are you a Democrat? Are you a socialist? Are you a communist? Who are you? No, they didn't care. They killed them. As they called it, fi sabilillah. In the way of Allah. They committed the jihad. I am the host today. And on that note, I need to control my emotions and make sure that we get to hear from everyone who's taken the time to send in their messages. So on that note, let's go ahead and start with one of my heroes, my mentor, my boss, Dr. Jamie Glazov, the host of the Glazov Gang and also the author of many books, the most relevant today that everybody should read, United in Hate.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jamie Glazov from the Glazov Gang. On this 20th anniversary of 9/11, we reflect on the dire lessons of that horrific jihadist attack on U.S. soil, and on all the troubling and tragic circumstances surrounding it, including President Biden's recent catastrophic evacuation from Kabul, which has led to the Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan. One of the most significant ingredients of 9/11 was how the left has made us vulnerable to that attack, a fact which I have documented in my book, United in Hate. I've also revealed in that same book how ecstatic the left was about 9/11, how it celebrated that terrifying attack on the United States, which involved the taking of the lives of so many innocent people. This is all a dire reminder to us of the pernicious nature of the unholy alliance, the alliance between the left and Islamic jihad. Their empirical reality confirms beyond any reasonable doubt that the left is in league with our enemies. And today, 20 years after 9/11, we see the frightening cost of the unholy alliance as we witness the fall of Kabul and the nightmare that now awaits not just Afghanistan, but America and the whole world because of that fall. And make no mistake, with the left in power in America, the fall of Kabul occurred not because of naivete or any illusions of Biden and those around him. It occurred because of the deliberate malice and hatred that the left has for this country. So let's not be willfully blind about what the left is and about its dark motives. Let's not be blind about what it means that the left is now in power, because the war that the forces of evil are unleashing on America is only heating up. The picture is dark and bleak, but there's always hope. The hope is in our willingness to make correct threat assessments, to speak the truth about who our real enemies are, and to support those heroes on the front lines who are fighting for America and for our freedom. And our greatest hope, of course, is in our constant prayers to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Words of wisdom. Words of wisdom. They know what they're doing. They have decided to make a deal with the devil. But in no shape or form does that mean we have to join their deal. As I said, it's time for us to stand up. It's time for us to fight back. And it's time for us to honor those who didn't have a chance to fight. To honor those who were faded away by the red-green axis, because their existence and their names would work against their narrative. As I said at the beginning of this program, part of this broadcast and the September 11 ongoing project is we are going to say their names. We are going to see who they were. We will remember them every day. We will stop allowing the leftists to fade them away so they can further their agenda and keep on taking our freedoms away. On that note, I want you to join me on getting to know three beautiful souls. I like to call them the handsome David, the gorgeous Asiya, and the brilliant mind. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you understand. This is just as hard for me as it is for everyone else. I already had the honor to get to know these three beautiful souls. So, come on, let's go and get to know them.
On September 11th, he boarded Flight 175 at Logan Airport with his fathers Daniel Brandhorst and Ronald Gamboa. The hijacked flight crashed into the South Tower, making David one of the youngest victims of the 2001 terror attacks. David called Gamboa Daddy and Brandhorst Papa. They were in the delivery room when their adopted son, David, was born, just one day after Brandhorst's birthday. The two men relished fatherhood and both doted their son. At age 3, David Reed Gamboa Brandhorst loved Legos, his cousins, and attending his weekly swim class. Gamboa's sister, Jeannie Merwin, remembers him as a gentle and loving little boy. A playground in West Hollywood Park serves as a monument to David and his parents. The last words on the brass dedication plaque, "5 more minutes, Daddy," permanently memorialize the spirit and fun-loving toddler who loved to play there with his daddy and his papa.
The North Michigan Park girl was selected to take a trip to California with a teacher to participate in a National Geographic Society ecology conference. Asia and her teacher, Sarah Clark, were on American Airlines Flight 77. On Wednesday, the day after the hijacking, one of her teachers, Lizzie Jones, addressed the 6th grade language arts class. "We are missing someone today. Do you know who that is?" she asked. "Yes," some of the children said. "Asia." Neighbors said they saw her and her younger brother playing outside and walking to a bus stop to go to school. They recalled that she would greet them with a smile and a hello. She also watched over a young cousin, reminding him to not eat too much popcorn. The students talked about how much they would miss her. Jones said that Asia's mother told her on the night of the tragedy, "Mrs. Jones, my baby got her wings today. And I told her, we have to live right so we can get our wings when it is our time."
Rodney Dickens grew up in tough Washington neighborhoods where danger lurks on most every corner, but he avoided it. Then he went to Dulles International Airport with a teacher, boarded American Airlines Flight 77 to California, and became part of the deadliest tragedy in U.S. history. Rodney was an 11-year-old 6th grader who had always made the honor roll, as have his 2 sisters, one a year older, one a year younger. His little brothers will be expected to do the same thing. Rodney loved reading, playing computer games, and playing with his siblings. He was close to his mother, LaShawn, who was raising the youngsters as a single parent, with the help of her large extended family. But his favorite thing in the world, said his aunt Cynthia Dickens, was watching professional wrestling on television. He'd watch in the family apartment in Congress Heights and his grandmother's apartment a few blocks away. He'd go to his uncle's house to catch pay-per-view.
As I said before, we went to get to know these 3 honestly innocent souls. There were no separation, and I saw a comment and I agree with it. Pardon me, and as I didn't memorize the name, but people who did this, the Islamist jihadists who did this, are capable of doing it any day of year, at any point when they're given the fatwa or the order by their leaders, such as Osama bin Laden. They will do it again and again and again, and it is always and always up to us to make sure that there is no again. If you would allow me, I'd like to take a very quick minute, in no specific order. These are just the cheat notes I have. Let's go ahead and give a thank you to some of the voices you are going to hear on these videos as we get to know some of the victims. Robin, Ann, Gina, Greg, Natalie, Mark, Stephen, Pat, Kevin, Pamela, Daniel, Kenna, Ian, thank you so much for volunteering your time, joining me, and allowing me to record your voices so we could make these videos in memory of those who the left and Islam likes to fade away, which will not allowed to happen. So thank you so much. And I will repeat, if you like to be part of this project, if you like to read some of the tributes that will be used for victims of September 11, yes, we will make one for every single person who lost their lives. Go ahead and send an email to liveuptofreedom@gmail.com, or go to liveuptofreedom.com and click on September 11 project buttons, and you can join this project. It is important for us to remember them, not just remember them, but to get to know them. One of the things I can tell you as an ex-Muslim is Islam takes away your humanity and your personality and your identity. And I couldn't help but to think one of the best ways to honor the victims of September 11 is to humanize them again, to look at them as the people they were, get to know their hobbies and their families and what they liked and what they disliked. So that is one of many reasons that the production has started and these videos are being produced. As of right now on both Rumble and YouTube, you can get to know 105 of the victims. That's how many we have had ready by today. If you want to watch them, if you want to share them, if in any shape or form you want to get your hands on them, you can simply go to YouTube. The channel for it is Never Forget. The same channel name on Rumble, Never Forget. And as I said, this is an ongoing project, so we will continue adding to these videos. Let's go ahead and listen to the next expert. Most of you are familiar with him. He has dedicated his life to counter-jihad movement. He has monitored jihad activities across the globe for many years now, and he has authored 23 books. Yes, I am talking about Robert Spencer, Director of Jihad Watch and Shellman Fellow at the David Horowitz Freedom Center.
Robert Spencer here for Jihad Watch. I'm very sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but after 20 years, we are losing. And this is because of the people at the top. The United States government is committed institutionally to denying that there is a jihad, to denying that there is anything in Islam that is not entirely benign. So they are right now in the process of bringing 30,000 Afghan refugees over here to the United States. There will be an unknown number of Islamic jihadis among them. Americans are going to die as a result. And this is just one of the latest of many policies of the exact same kind, going back years, where the United States says Islam is a religion of peace and does not perform due diligence as to what is being preached in mosques, what is being done in mosques, what the immigrants from Muslim countries believe, and how they might put those beliefs into practice. Meanwhile, our foreign policy has been completely deformed by these absolutely false dogmas. The debacle in Afghanistan is a case in point. It was inevitable from the beginning that as soon as we left, the Taliban would take over. And yet the Biden administration appears to have been completely blindsided by this and did not expect it. If they had any understanding of the power of the idea of Islamic law and of the allegiance of the Afghan people to Islamic law, they would never have been surprised. But even in that case, we would never even have been there for 20 years for them to be surprised. And that's just the latest in a long string of failures that come from wrong analysis. We continue, for example, to consider Pakistan an ally, and we pay Pakistan billions to fight jihad terrorists, even though it has been abundantly established that the Pakistani government uses that money to finance jihad terrorism. But all this comes out of the initial error of George W. Bush on September 17, 2001, when he said Islam is a religion of peace in front of Nihad Awad of the Hamas-linked Council on American Islamic Relations and Abdurrahman al-Amudi of the American Muslim Council, who is now in prison for financing al-Qaeda. And Bush stood in front of them in a mosque and said Islam is a religion of peace. That's where our troubles began, and they haven't ended yet. But we have to continue to stand to fight for the truth and hope to restore sanity to the American government. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your hospitality. We just had a wide-ranging discussions on the matter at hand. like the good folks standing with me, the American people were appalled and outraged at last Tuesday's attacks. And so were Muslims all across the world. Both Americans, Muslim friends and citizens, tax-paying citizens, and Muslims in nations were just appalled, could not believe what we saw on our TV screens. These acts and violence against innocents violate the fundamental tenets of the Islamic faith. And it's important for my fellow Americans to understand that. The English translation is not as eloquent as the original Arabic, but let me quote from the Quran itself. In the long run, evil in the extreme will be the end of those who do evil. For that they rejected the signs of Allah and held them up to ridicule. The face of terror is not the true faith of Islam. That's not what Islam is all about. Islam is peace. These terrorists don't represent peace. They represent evil and war. When we think of Islam, we think of a faith that brings comfort to 1 billion people around the world. Billions of people find comfort and solace and peace. And that's made brothers and sisters out of every race. Out of every race.
I figured we just remember because, yes, spot on, Robert Spencer. It all went wrong from the moment that George Bush decided to, you all saw it. I figured just in case if you forgot, just in case if you missed it, it's part of remembering that's what he represented. But yes, he stated on that speech, he stated that Muslims across the world are outraged. So I'm really not sure if, okay, I'm lying, I'm pretty sure he knows what outrage means, and this was just part of rest of the plan. But I'm just gonna ask you for 30 seconds, bear with me for 30 seconds to just review the outrage of Muslims across the world when September 11 happened.
Atmosphere, the V sign for victory being displayed in East Jerusalem today among jubilant Palestinians that the United States had been subject to this attack. What are we to make of that, Jennifer? Are we to, Yasser Arafat may issue this condemnation. Look at this. We're seeing people applauding, clapping, smiling, happy to know that thousands of Americans have died in this sneak attack. And there you see a V for victory sign held up to the camera.
Outrage, yeah. Yeah, you see, it wasn't just Palestinians. Islamic Republic of Iran's supreme leader came out with congratulations, sisters and brothers, victory. Great Satan has been devastated, and Pakistanis were happy. And you see, as Robert Spencer said, the trouble started there, and I agree 100%. But then the mistake that was repeatedly repeated was for us, the people, to somewhat lean towards believing what not just Bush, but many other leaders after him repeated. Islam does not represent terror. Even though in Quran, Allah himself said, we will cast terror, the word terror, in the hearts of the non-believers. In Quran 9:5 says, kill them wherever you find them. 51% of Quran is how to deal with non-believers, and the way to deal with them is convert or kill them. There is more than enough evidence for everybody to know what happened on September 11 and every other attack afterwards until today has everything to do with Islam. Every single one of those people who carried out these jihad attacks did it to follow the footsteps of Muhammad, who beheaded 800 Jews in one night, and to follow the orders or words of Allah, in way of Allah, to go to paradise and get their 72 versions. That is the bigger part of the problem. Because liars are always out there. There are always people who are willing to lie, either purposely or by lack of knowledge. But the bigger problem is when majority of people look at the evidence and still prefer to accept the lies. 20 years later, many experts, many freedom fighters, many ex-Muslims have put evidence on the table, have put proof on the table that Islam is not a religion. Of all things, it is not the religion of peace. Islam orders the terror of non-Muslims. Islam, Quran, Sharia, Allah and Muhammad has one goal, and that is to turn the entire breathing human society into Mohammedans or Muslims. All of that is there. The evidence is there. The question is, are we willing to look at it, accept it, and then do something about it? On September 11, passengers of the planes had no choice. They were there, and they sadly had to face the death that was coming to them. But then also on September 11, I hope I'm correct on my numbers, over 340 first responders had a choice. They chose to run into the fire and save as many people as they could. They chose to be brave. They chose to die while fighting for what they believed in. They chose to put others' life above theirs, even though many of them had family, wives, children. Some were expecting their children. Some never got to see their first child. But they chose to run in and do the best they could, even if that meant they may not go back home that day. Even if it meant they will leave all their loved ones behind. We will, in a minute, we're going to get to know some of those heroes and brave first responders who chose on September 11, 2001 to not run. But before we go, I just want to say this. 20 years later, instead of honoring them, instead of supporting their families, instead of supporting their firehouse and police stations and districts, we are quietly and silently watching the left further the agenda of defunding the police, cutting budgets on firefighters. This is where we have failed. We might have never forgot, but that doesn't mean we remembered. And I'm hoping today, by end of the day, we will remember. Not because we are angry and we should be angry. Not because we're sad. We should be sad. These are heartbreaking moments that we are going to remember. But we need to remember because those who chose to be brave should have taught us a lesson that America is the land of the free because of the brave.
He was a tremendous pile of a man, 6'2" and heavyset. His flannel shirt was tucked in, clarifying his dimension, as he flailed wildly about the dance floor of the bar in Queens. Andrew Brunn was celebrating his 23rd birthday that night 5 years ago. Siegel Cohen watched him all evening. She had a thing for
Hello,
flannel.
my name is Will Johnson.
His
I have a
uninhibited
website called
dancing sometimes frightened the girls
UnitedAmericanFirst.com.
away. But Siegel actually stuck in there and danced with
I'll never
Patrick
forget
Sullivan, a friend.
that day.
She got his number.
I will
and soon
always
made her husband
remember
out of him.
where I was when it took place.
Or even of his marriage. He made little mention of his move to the fire department from the police department. But after Siegel danced with him, Mr. Brunn opened his... He was a tremendous pile of a man, 6'2" and heavyset. His flannel shirt was tucked in, clarifying his dimension, as he flailed wildly about the dance floor of the bar in Queens. Andrew Brunn was celebrating his 23rd birthday that night 5 years ago. Siegel Cohen watched him all evening. She had a thing for flannel. His uninhibited dancing sometimes frightened the girls away, but Siegel actually stuck in there and danced with them, said Patrick Sullivan, a friend. She got his number and soon made a husband out of him. He did not bother to tell his buddies in the Air National Guard of his computer studies or even of his marriage. He made little mention of his move to the fire department from the police department. But after Siegel danced with him, Mr. Brunn opened his life to her, revealing his passion for the ocean and for lighthouses. They worked through the clashes between his Catholicism and her Judaism. Mr. Brunn, a devoted surfer, even persuaded Siegel, who nearly drowned as a child, to join him on a flimsy board. He said, "I'll be there with you. I'll hold you if you fall." So I trusted him, Mrs. Brunn said.
If Martin Egan Jr. had a notion to do something, he went for it. On a whim, the fire department captain tried bungee jumping, but then skydiving. He ran the New York Marathon in 2000. Martin Egan was promoted to captain in Division 15 not long before September 11th. On the 11th, he was on administrative duty when he decided to answer the call for help at the World Trade Center. Captain Egan was also the first of his childhood friends from Midland Beach, Staten Island, to join the New York City Fire Department. His two younger brothers also became firefighters. "He showed us the way," said John Mann, a firefighter and longtime friend. "We saw how much he loved the job and what it did for him." When he saw a near-century-old colonial-style house next to a pond in Great Skills, Staten Island, he decided he would buy it, completely gut it, and put it back together again. The only issue was that Captain Egan, 36, had no construction experience.
Everybody ran to the stairs, recalled Gregory Warnock, a 20-year-old broker trainee who worked on the 39th floor of the North Tower of the World Trade Center. People were coming down saying people were trapped on the 72nd floor. We started making our way down landing by landing. At the 18th floor, there was an older fireman 1 floor below me. He gave me a smile. He was huffing and puffing, laughing to himself, making a joke about his age. The 44-year-old lieutenant accepted Mr. Warnock's offer to help carry gear up about 25 flights of stairs, and he jokingly asked if the broker trainee was a firefighter. Told that Mr. Warnock was a broker, he said, "You stay doing that, it's better money." He said to me, "Go down, you did a great job." Before Mr. Warnock left, he asked the firefighter's name. He was like, "Greg Atlas," and he bent down and flexed like Atlas the bodybuilder.
When Wendy Feinberg recalls meeting Alan D. Feinberg 21 years ago, she remembers not only the man, but also his car, a Sharp Datsun 240Z. From that encounter in the parking lot of the Sheep's Head Bay Diner, came marriage, children, and life for Mr. Feinberg. Unbeknownst to his wife, Alan Feinberg, who worked at the time as a salesman of buttons and boys' clothes in the garment district, secretly wanted to be a firefighter. 4 years into the marriage, that is what he became. The battalion chief aide at Engine Company 54 in Manhattan took on a second job that built his love of fancy cars. He became a transporter of new cars to the automotive press. He would have loved that new Thunderbird if he'd seen it, his wife said. He was doing what he wanted to do, she added. He was very happy. His children remember firefighter Feinberg, 48, making breakfast, putting them on the school bus, and being the class dad who chaperoned school field trips and coached baseball and soccer.
Johnny, as his family and friends called him, was an amazing young man. At the young age of 27, Johnny was among the 343 missing firefighters, helping the thousands of New York citizens down to safety. He was an amazing person, not only to his family, but to all those who encountered him. He was very happy with his life. For that, I am grateful. His dream was to become a firefighter, and he was for 8 months before his death. The morning of September 11th, 2001, Johnny had worked an overnight shift, which had ended that morning at 9 a.m. His fellow firefighters insisted that he go home, but being Johnny, he jumped onto the fire truck, going to the World Trade Center. That was Johnny, a very loving and giving person, never concerned for his own safety, but the safety of others. He was last seen in the lobby of the North Tower 1 World Trade Center by a fellow firefighter from Engine 33 located with Ladder Company 9.
I do apologize for that momentary glitch of technology issues, but let's not worry about that too much. Yes, heroes, the real heroes, whom, as I said, the Red-Green Axis has definitely tried very hard to, again, fade them away, defund the police, and cut budget on fire departments, because I'll tell you what, our life, our liberty, and our freedom heavily depends on them. We just like on September 11, 2001, if it wasn't for the firefighters and the medics and the EMTs and the police officers and the Port Authority police officers, thousands more would have been killed on that day. So, to follow up on what Dr. Jamie Glazoff said, please don't believe for a second anything that is going on in last 20 years as an accident or a coincidence. No, these are all planned. And take it however you like. It might sound realistic to you, it might sound like facts, it might sound crazy or paranoia, but it is the reality of our life, sadly. And again, as we continue hearing from our experts and freedom fighters and truth tellers, you'll come to realize none of this from last 20 years to today, none of it was a coincidence or an accident. But yes, to all who serve, all the first responders, all of our military members, we thank you. We promise to be louder and we promise to show up more, but we want you to know that defund narrative might be loud on the streets, and yes, it is our failure that you hear that more than we love you and we support you and we're grateful for you, but we are. And as I said, hopefully moving forward, part of this wake-up call is for us to stand by you more often. But as of today, I just want to say on behalf of myself and all of my fellow Americans that are true patriots, those who value our freedom, we also are grateful to your service, to your sacrifices, those of you who still wake up every morning and make the sacrifice, and to the family of those who already made the ultimate sacrifice to keep us safe from all the evil that is attacking us for, sadly, many years. On that note, let's go beyond borders for a minute and hear from another hero of our times, who is struggling way more than us in America as a truth teller and a freedom fighter, because where she's at, the situation is way worse, and she does not have the luxury and the blessing of our Constitution. I'm talking about Anne Marie Waters from UK. She's the leader of the party called For Britain.
It's almost 20 years since September 11th, 2001. And if you're my age, you probably remember it very well. I do. I remember exactly where I was, what I was doing, and I remember how shocked, increasingly shocked we were as events went on. Now, we were told at the time that this was world changing, that the world was never going to be the same again. And in many ways that was correct, but probably not in the way that we were expecting. Only days after, the occupant of the White House at the time, George W. Bush, declared that Islam was a religion of peace. And we have been living with that lie from politicians almost daily since. It is a lie, and we have slipped into a world of lies. It's almost like we're living in an alternative reality where lies are promoted as truth and the truth is dismissed as hate. And if you've tried to tell a few uncomfortable truths in public, you'll know what it's like to have it portrayed as hate. I and many others have put up with this for years. But since 9/11, it seems to be the fact, it seems to be the case that we have ramped up the legitimization, the sanitization of Islam. You would expect it to have gone in the other direction. And we've had terror attack after terror attack. The London bombings happened a few years after 9/11, and there's been several since, several in France, several in Germany, Sweden. The list goes on and on and on. And after every one of them, the politicians do what George W. Bush did after 9/11, which is lie and declare that it has nothing to do with Islam. Islam is a religion of peace. You even have the spectacle of politicians misquoting the Quran to prove it. We have jihadi groups openly hostile to Western civilization being invited onto mainstream media to lie and to pretend that Islam is peaceful, to hide their true agenda. They're even invited into the White House or the Houses of Parliament or other government establishments around the Western world. We're living in an alternate universe, and it has ramped up since 9/11. Now, the globalist elite clearly want to bring about the complete transformation or dismantlement of Western society. And to do it, they have to increase and increase and increase mass migration, most of that migration coming from the Muslim world. Now, with what recent events in Afghanistan, we will see another influx. Daily here in the UK, people arrive illegally on our shores and are not only allowed to stay, but housed in hotels by the government and then given long-term accommodation by the government while British people sleep on the streets. This mass migration is being done deliberately. It will is transforming our society. We have rape gangs, all of which are sanitized and made up exclusively of Muslims, but sanitized and nothing to do with Islam, the usual stuff. We have halal food, whether we like it or not. We have FGM and clinics dedicated to the repair of young girls' bodies after FGM, several of them throughout the UK. And this is happening all over Europe. This is continuing and will continue because it is an effective tool to bring about the end of the liberties that Western civilization has created over centuries. This is the dismantlement This is the transformation. This is, many people call, a new world order. That is what's coming. And mass migration is a big part of it. The sanitization, the lies, the legitimization of Islam is part of the mass migration. Because if they didn't lie, then people might object. So the politicians and the mainstream media collude in this lie to quash any objections to this mass migration of Muslims into our society. If you tell the truth, expect to be unpersoned. We are living in Orwell's 1984. This continues largely because of fear. Politicians are either corrupt, anti-Western, or in complete denial about what they have done to Western society. People are afraid to challenge their narrative. They're afraid to be unpersoned, but they're also afraid, very afraid, to face the truth, the realities of what our politicians have done to us and to future generations. Facing that harsh reality is a difficult thing to do. It's a frightening thing to do. Now, we've had 20 years of this, accelerating since 9/11. If we don't want another 20 years of it, we have to face the truth. The truth about the dismantling of Western society, the truth about the betrayal, incompetence and corruption of our politicians, the truth about Islam, and the truth that we must and can stop this, but only if we face up to reality. So 20 years on, let's use this anniversary to turn the tide and not allow the next 20 years to be more of the same. It's time to tell the truth.
It is time to tell the truth. Really, words of wisdom. ForBritain.uk, ForBritain.uk, for all of our British viewers. If you're not familiar with Anne Marie Waters, go to ForBritain.uk, one of rare truth tellers, as I said, who is still telling the truth, even though she is fighting under a lot harsher circumstances than us in America. And she's right. She is very right. Fear. Muhammad, the Prophet of Islam, said that heaven is under the shadow of the sword. Islam has conquered for centuries through fear. We have very few, pardon me as I'm gonna tell the truth, we have very few brave enough people who tell the truth. They are afraid, but they don't let the fear stop them. We have heroes who paid the ultimate price, sacrificed their lives, but they stood up to those who were trying, or still are trying, to destroy our civilization and our nation and our countries and our families. They told the truth. One of them in particular was a mentor of mine, very, very close friend of mine. I miss him to this day. But he was one of the early heroes who knew what's going to happen if he would come out and tell the truth, and he still did. May he rest in peace. Phil Haney, whistleblower, who exposed the cooperation and collaboration of Obama administration with Muslim Brotherhood. And for that, sadly, he's not with us today. And I wanted to take the time today to not just remember him, but to remind everyone of what he always said and the title of his book. The problem is when we see something, we don't say anything. The title of his book was See Something, Say Nothing. He always said, as long as Americans are not willing to speak up, we are going to lose this fight. Let's take a moment, remember him, and also let's listen to some of his most precious testimony that sadly got him murdered.
And members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to testify here today. Also, I'd like to express my appreciation for the patience of the members on the committee and Senator Coons while obtaining a copy of my written testimony. I'd like to start with a visual aid. This is the Homeland Security Advisory Council Countering Violent Extremism Subcommittee Interim Report for 2016. My colleague referred to it earlier as suggesting that we should refrain from using words like Ummah or Jihad or Sharia. I would like to also show you another visual aid, and this is what is called the Words Matter memo that was published in January of 2008. And my story today is going to be what happened between these two documents, these two touchstone documents, 2008 and 2016, because it was during that period of time that what we know now as the Countering Violent Extremism policy came to be. And one of the expressions of that policy is what we heard all about in the media in a few days after the Orlando shootings, that Attorney General Lynch was going to release partial transcript of Orlando 911 calls with all references to Islamic terrorism removed. That is a condensation of what was actually happening behind the scenes with subject matter experts like myself who were sworn officers to protect our country from threat, both foreign and domestic. Between these two dates, 2008 and 2016, came what I call the first great purge, when I was ordered by the Department of Homeland Security headquarters to modify, a euphemism, removing all linking information out of approximately 820 text subject records in our law enforcement system that almost exclusively had to do with Muslim Brotherhood Network here in the United States. I was told to remove all unauthorized references to terrorism, that I was no longer allowed to do what are called Memorandums of Information Received, what we call MOIRs, no more text records, no more research, and no more special treatment from the agency. But during that time, hundreds of law enforcement actions had been taken in the 3-year period when those 820 plus records were still in the law enforcement system. At exactly the same time, a controversial inaugural meeting took place on January 27th and 28th, 2010 between American Muslim leaders and the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Janet Napolitano, which was hosted by the Department of Homeland Security Civil Rights and Civil Liberties. It was controversial because several of the individuals attended the invitation-only conference in D.C. were known affiliates of at least two of the same Muslim Brotherhood front groups that had just been named as unindicted co-conspirators in the largest terrorism trial in the history of the United States, the Holy Land Foundation trial. Also that spring, at least 6 individuals with known affiliations to the Muslim Brotherhood front groups were appointed to the Countering Violent Extremism CVE Working Group, which was convened under the authority of the Homeland Security Advisory Council. I would like to show you now the logo of the Muslim Brotherhood, the moderate organization that this administration chose to ally itself with. Across the middle it says Al-Ikhwan al-Muslimin, which means the brothers of the Muslim, or the Muslim Brotherhood. And at the bottom, taken from Quran 860, is the word Wa'ayuda, which means prepare yourselves to terrify your adversaries with steeds of war or weapons of war. That is the motto of the Muslim Brotherhood. By the spring of 2010, we had come to the point that a CBP officer was literally linking information, meaning the dots, on Muslim Brotherhood linked individuals from text, while the administration was bringing the very same individuals into positions of influence to help create and implement our counterterrorism policy, both in the domestic arena and in the foreign policy arena, as evidenced in our overt support of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, Libya, Algeria, and Syria. Fast forward to August 30, 2011, when the Tablighi Jamaat court case that I worked on was approved by the Chief Counsel of Department of Homeland Security. And this is an icon of the Tablighi Jamaat movement. One of the largest in the world outside of the United States is called the Army of Darkness. I began a TDY assignment, meaning temporary duty, at the National Targeting Center in November of 2011. Within 6 months, we had instituted 1,200 law enforcement actions on the case that we had started. But in September of 2012, what I call the second Great Purge, when the administration removed 67 linking records out of that case that had direct ties both to the San Bernardino Mosque, Dar Uloom al-Islamiyah San Bernardino, and the Islamic Center of Fort Pierce down in Florida. In other words, the network that we have worked on at NTC is tied directly to the terrorist attacks that we've seen recently. At the end of my career, I was relieved of my service weapon. All access to text was cut off and suspended. My secret clearance was revoked, and I was sequestered for 11 months while the results of 3 simultaneous investigations from 3 different branches of the government were concluded. In July of 31 of last year, I retired honorably. In conclusion, the threat of Islamic terrorism does not just come from a network of armed organizations such as Hamas and ISIS, who are operating over there somewhere in the Middle East. In fact, branches of the same global network have been established here in America, and they are operating in plain sight, especially among those of us who have been charged with the duty of protecting our country from threats both foreign and domestic. The goal, meaning the strategy of the global Islamic movement, is based on Quran 2, 191 through 193, and is actually quite simple: to establish Sharia law everywhere in the world, including here in America. And there is an organization in the United States that's actively doing that. It's called the Assembly of Muslim Jurists of America. Very benign sounding name, but in Arabic is Majama Fuqaha al-Sharia bi-Amrikiya, the group of lawyers implementing Sharia law in the United States, which is unconstitutional. The threat that we face today, that continues growing despite the willful blindness of those who insist on pretending otherwise, are not the tactical methods of violent extremism, terrorism, or even operative verbs such as jihad, but rather the historical and universally recognized Islamic strategic goal of implementing Sharia law everywhere in the world, so that no other form of government, including the United States Constitution, is able to oppose its influence over the lives of those who must either submit to its authority, become second-class dhimmi citizens, or perish. Thank you very much for your attention.
And thank you very much for everything you did for us, Phil Haney. I am so missing you every day, but I am so grateful that I had the chance to get to know you and to learn a lot from you. And I'm glad your book and your videos are still out there for us to go back to watch and to remember. And everybody who just listened to this testimony, can you see? Can you see? Not a word of it was anything but the truth. And that is face of bravery. Threats or not, they investigated him. They forced him to retire, but he did not quit. And I think it's time for all of us, not just Americans, every single human being. It's time for us to do exactly what Phil Haney did. We need to stand up. Don't be afraid. Get the vaccine or you lose your job. It's okay. It is okay to lose your job. Not because I'm anti-vaccine. No, because I'm anti-dictatorship. Because I'm pro-freedom. And everything else in between that is today is not the place for it. But please, stand up. Fight back. We cannot possibly lose our freedoms. We can't. Freedom, not free. It's not free, so we have to fight for it. And also on the next video, which we will go ahead and get to know 5 more of the victims who lost their lives. As I said, we need to honor them, by fighting for their memory and not letting them fade away from life, and not let the Islamic jihadists and the masterminds behind September 11 feel like they won because they killed our fellow humans and we just forgot, or we didn't do anything to remember them, to know them, to keep their name in our lives every day. So let's go ahead and take the time to get to know 5 more of the wonderful souls that faced a tragic death on September 11, 2001.
Joe Ryan Allen was one of those guys who still had his friends from first grade. His brother-in-law described him as the family ambassador because of his knack for connecting with people. The centerpiece of his life was his many friends and his family. A younger sister, 3 older brothers, 6 nieces and nephews. He was one of those friends you speak to 4 or 5 times a day. He left a tremendous void in a lot of people's lives. He would be depressed because other people around him had problems. They weren't his problems, said Robert Diodata, his best friend. They grew up in Bronxville together and met in 4th grade. His sister, Jennifer, said Mr. Allen was single and thinking about settling down. He did everything he wanted to do. He was her rock, she said, when their mother died of cancer last year.
Julie Geis had a way of encouraging people to do their best, whether they were in a boardroom or on a softball field. Aeon was getting established all over the world, Miss Geis said. She loved the challenge. She loved the people. Miss Geis, 44, Senior Vice President of Aeon Corporation, where she worked for 6 years, was in New York City in the South Tower for a monthly meeting on the day of the attacks. She lived in Lee's Summit, Missouri, the small town where she grew up. The job allowed her to indulge a favorite pastime, traveling. Besides New York, business trips took her to London, Paris, and Brazil. A pitcher from the softball team that she coaches called to tell me that whenever she was not doing what Julie wanted, she would yell at her to get her to try harder, said Miss Geis's mother, Betty Geis.
Abe Zelmanowicz's family used to nag him about not being married, but although he never found a mate, he did not miss out on the experience of raising children. Living with his older brother Jack in Brooklyn, he was deeply involved in the upbringing of his nieces and nephews. My children were his children, his brother said. My grandchildren were his grandchildren. He loved music, everything from Andrea Bocelli to the Beatles, and he was so handy he could build a sukkah, a temporary hut for the festival of Sukkot, without using nails. When their parents were alive, Mr. Zelmanowicz, an Orthodox Jew, thought nothing of walking 3 miles each way to visit them on the Sabbath. In death, Mr. Zelmanowicz had been celebrated by people around the world for remaining with his quadriplegic friend and colleague, Edward Bayet, after the attack on the World Trade Center. To his family, this sacrifice was typical of Mr. Zelmanowicz's nature. Had it been a casual acquaintance, his brother said he would have done the same thing. He could never turn his back on another human being.
On September 11th, Stephanie Irby had planned to take the day off, but she was too conscientious to miss work. Kenneth Irby said. In the last minute, she decided to go in. Stephanie Irby would have fit right in on the Starship Enterprise. Miss Irby, 38, an accountant for Marsh & McLennan, who always wore a big bright smile, microwaved the food for her dog, Charlie, a golden retriever, said Kenneth Irby, another older brother, and she doted on her 2-year-old niece, Cecilia Milton. Her collection of Star Trek videotapes just blew my mind, said Addison Irby, an older brother. As soon as tape was released, she bought it. When I tried to debate with her about what Captain Kirk did, she would take out a tape, find the exact spot, and show me that I was wrong, he said. Miss Irby, who was single, shared a house in Queens with Cecilia and her mother, Stephanie's older sister, Pam Irby. Stephanie was like a second mother to Cecilia, Candace said. Before she died, she was about to use her own savings to open up a college fund account for the baby.
Louis Anthony Williams wrote his wife the kinds of letters that make women proud and bashful. Mornings did not pass without his sitting at his desk on the 66th floor of One World Trade Center and sending pages to his wife in a special code all their own. If Deborah Perkins Williams saw 381 come across her pager, she knew it was an I love you. And if Louis, 44, typed 3814, as he did Tuesday morning, she could almost hear his voice saying, I love you forever. 9 years of love letters by her side, she clings to the hope that it is not too late, that the love of her life will soon come home. He lived by the Bible, so I know he probably just got trapped trying to comfort someone else. He just liked to let you know that you were loved, she said. I'd come home from work and there was always a note on the pillow telling me to enjoy the snack he prepared for me. He was a devoted husband.
I don't know about you, but yeah, the smile is, as I said, it is so sad that they're gone, but it is so good to get to know them. Because for many years, it was the sound of the scream and the terror and the fear that represented the victims. So it's like, you know, Miss Irby, who would warm up the food for her dog, or Mr. Louis, who was a romantic, you know. I don't know, I might have still the idea of 3814, and you know, one day if I am blessed to have a love of my life, then I just text them 3814, meaning I love you forever. But yes, I again, I want to take a minute here and thank some more of the volunteers who were involved and are still involved with this project. We have Michael, Liz, Caleb, Erica, Logan, Todd, Steve, Michelle, Nina, Tammy, Sue, and Scott. Thank you. Thanks to everybody who joined us last 5 weeks and made this happen. It is sad, but it is such an honor. It's such a good feeling to have edited these videos and read through the tributes and look them up and dig and find out who they were, how they were, or what they did. It wasn't just, you know, an employee at Marsh & McLennan or an accountant. I'm sorry, I'm probably rambling on, but yes, it is such a wonderful feeling to know that I can think of some of them by name at this point, and just a smile based on something of their you know, something they did or something they liked. And I am seeing your comments, guys, and thank you. It has absolutely, I should probably be a little bit more specific here for anyone who has not been involved with the project. The broadcast idea came to me a while ago. However, the shape of it and how it formed was, of course, a discussion with Dr. Jamie Glazov. That's how it ended up building into a collaboration of Live Up to Freedom and the Glazov gang. And thank you, Mix, their humanity. That was the word I was looking for. The idea for the tribute to the victims and introducing them to everyone was an idea of dear friend who I love, 3814. She proposed the idea, that was hers, and trusted me with it, and we just went from there, reaching out to everyone publicly. And as I said, as of right now, we have over 61 people involved, and I want to make sure everybody knows within the 61 and more people, we have had volunteers from Canada, volunteers from UK, volunteers from Australia, volunteers from all across America. So this has definitely been a wonderful experience to know that we can unite if needed, even if it's a production of a broadcast or a video. And please note, we are going to make a video for each victim. As of right now, 105 of them are available and published on both YouTube and Rumble. Go and watch them, get to know them, honor them by getting to know them. Of course, I'm not asking you to watch all of them in one day, that's impossible, but do that. The channels on YouTube and Rumble, you can find these, are Never Forget, simply Never Forget. And some of the links are already available on my Facebook page, where you can watch them, share them, say something about them. Let's remember them. As I said, it's one thing not to forget, it's another thing to remember. After 20 years, it's time to remember them, to know them, and then to introduce them to our friends and family. Sadly, I would say yes, if the cult of Islam and the brainwashed system of Sharia didn't exist, they could all be here today, but they aren't. So I guess as an ex-Muslim and a human rights activist and a proud American citizen, I can't help but to think this project must go on. So I'm reaching out to you today. Get involved, join us. We still need a lot of volunteers to finish the 3,000 some videos that we need to do. Reach out, get involved. Even if you can just do 1 hour of your week, that's more than we could ask for. Go to liveuptofreedom.com or send an email to liveuptofreedom.com @gmail.com with the subject of September 11 or 9/11 project, and we'll reach out to you. And yes, I can promise you, on some of the comments you can see some of those who have been involved. It is such a wonderful experience. It is sad. It's some days we couldn't get through it. Sometimes we had to take a break between voiceovers because we all needed a good cry. But overall, it's such a wonderful experience to be part of. And I want to thank everybody, especially Liz, for trusting me and giving me the honor to be the producer of this project. Okay, I think I have probably taken too much of time of the next brilliant one and only speaker who has sent us his message and reflection on today, 20th anniversary of September 11. I hope you all know him, the one and only hero of our time, Dr. Bill Warner.
Hello, I'm Bill Warner, and 20 years ago today, we found out what the word jihad meant. Now, since then, we've had some good news and some bad news. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the bad news, but I don't want to spend much time on it. The bad news is, after 20 years in Afghanistan, we decided that since we didn't understand the enemy, we would leave. Then we have another thing. There's been 2 wars going on. One is the physical war in Afghanistan, the other is the ideological war here in the United States. Well, we do have some good news to report, although, of course, we live under the shadow of Islamophobia. But here's some good news. Even though it's 20 years later, and the liberals and the progressives and others who want to deny what Islam really is, we've actually made a little progress. Let's look at what happens. Even the most liberal and progressive of women now understands that Sharia is dreadful for women. And they also understand that it is more than dreadful, it is actually dangerous. The word jihadi is used, even though they don't use the word jihad. But this is an advancement, because heretofore we haven't been able to get them to say that. So we're seeing some small changes in language. People now, have you understood the fact that you don't hear the word Islam is the religion of peace anymore? Well, no, not even that is out there. So therefore, we've made some small progress, and we need to pay attention to our small progress and take our small victories. Here's the reason why. Too many of us are easily discouraged, and I hear more negative talk going on, almost a whining about how we're losing. This is a war we must win and can win, but we need to have good optimism to do that. So let's push forward, because we can't depend on anybody else to do the work. Thank you.
Amen. Let's get it done. We, the people, have the power to push forward and win this. See, of course, I couldn't say it better myself, because I'm not as brilliant as Dr. Bill Warner, which you can find all of his brilliant, genius, factual work on politicalislam.com. That's his website, politicalislam.com. But yes, we have to do this. As I said at the beginning of this broadcast, it's heartbreaking, it's sad. There were moments where we got choked up. There were moments maybe we all cried. But we can do this. Today, this broadcast is the first step of the first day of the rest of the fight. And looking at, as I said, it is such an honor to be the producer and host of this program, because when I watched the unity, the work it took for us to be here tonight, the effort from everyone who was selfless, they jumped in, no questions asked, they put it together, that was such a powerful beginning that I personally am not willing to let go of this momentum, this unity by people from, as I said, across the world. We heard from Anne-Marie Waters from UK, and we will shortly hear from Kristen Douglas Williams from Canada. We can do this. We got this. We just need to hold on to this feeling right now, right this moment. I'm not trying to tell you how to feel. I guess I'm trying to show you how I feel. There is so much negative. There is so much bad news, but there are so many good news. There are enough of us who still have it in us. There are enough of us who still know the difference between good and evil. There are enough of us who are willing to make the compromise and the sacrifice to make things happen. And again, this is just the beginning. We have so many brave men and women who have already made sacrifices, who have already given so much to our nation and to our country, from September 11 again to today. We have it. We got this. We just need to hold on to this feeling and remember every day. As I said, this isn't about not forgetting anymore. It's about waking up every day and remembering that freedom is worth fighting for. America, oh boy, is she worth fighting for. As an immigrant, I can promise you, America is so worth fighting for. She deserves the ultimate sacrifice, and every single compromise from today to the last day. She has saved so many people, including yours truly. She deserves our commitment, our sacrifices, our compromises, our unity. She does deserve that. And on top of that, the next badge of tribute, again, heroes of September 11 who chose to run in and save their fellow humans regardless of the consequences.
In just under 34 years, Rodney C. Gillis had accomplished many things. A police sergeant with the Emergency Service Unit, a certified emergency medical technician, a dedicated father of 3. According to his mother, Geraldine Gilliam, and a colleague, Officer Harriet Stevenson, a partial list. Number 1, the knowing smile. Number 2, the proud smile. Number 3, the concerned smile. Number 4, the encouraging smile. But years from now, Sergeant Gillis, who lived in Brooklyn, may be best remembered as the man with many smiles. Even when he was angry, which was rare, he'd still smile. Even on September 11th, right after the first plane crashed, Sergeant Gillis remarked to a colleague that the weather was beautiful. God allowed him to see some beauty before he went in to see all the ugliness, Mrs. Gilliam said.
Her maiden name was Reddy, and growing up in Brooklyn, her longtime friend Kathleen Jacobs recalled that Moira Ann used to say it meant ready for anything. She loved a crowd and a good time. Moira Smith and Robert Fazio were probably 2.5 to 3 miles away from the World Trade Center when the plane struck, but they headed down to the stricken towers and helped lead people to safety. A photo that appeared in a local paper, one of the last pictures of her alive, showed her as she led someone to the safety of an ambulance. She then returned to the towers to try to rescue more of the victims of the attack. Her name was Moira Ann Smith, and she was a good cop from the neighborhood where I lived. Around the corner from the 13th precinct, her husband, Jim Smith, was a police officer and instructor in the police academy.
Glenn Pettit took on a lot and never let it slow him down. In addition to being a New York City police officer, he was a TV news cameraman, a volunteer fireman, and a devotee of Irish tradition and music. Then there was the endless flood of gifts, from care packages of Skippy peanut butter for friends in East Asia to the prized seat he arranged for his mother at a Christmas Eve Mass at St. Patrick's Cathedral, just a row from the mayor and police commissioner. The video unit responded to the World Trade Center attack, hoping to get footage for an annual promotional tape it makes called Heroes. Glenn was telling us, "I'm going to get in close. You stay and get the establishing shots." Officer Pettit, 30, had joined the department's video production unit, which makes training and promotional videos. His greatest love was being behind a camera, composing a shot, said his partner, Officer Scott Nicholson.
Yamel Marino had a soft, sweet voice and a gentle smile, yet she could be as strong as a bull. She had to lift heavy patients onto gurneys in her job as an emergency medical technician. She had struggled mightily to get where she was. She didn't finish high school. Though she eventually got her general equivalency diploma, she felt most fulfilled when she was helping people. The 24-year-old mother lived with her son in Yonkers. Her big goal was to return to school to become a nurse. She knew her job was dangerous. Every night she prayed to God to protect her 8-year-old son, whom she was raising on her own. She had worked at MetroCare, an ambulance company, for more than 3 years. They loved her said the friend Maureen. She was one of the first people to reach the Trade Center complex before the first building collapsed.
Again, thank you for making the ultimate sacrifice by choice. Again, I guess that's what makes the difference. I've been thinking about this all day. As most of you who are familiar with me, I have this habit of winging it. I normally don't have talking points or, cheat sheets or script. But of course, for today, I tried to gather some thoughts, some talking points. I'll admit that I am not following them. I thought I would, but I'm not. But one of the thought processes I had was, I told myself, I said, imagine for a second, imagine if the passengers of Flight 93, I know you all know which flight that was, but Flight 93 was the flight that never made it to its destination of destruction and crashed somewhere around Pennsylvania, thanks to the passengers who decided to take on the jihadis. I was thinking, imagine if it was today. The fourth plane, the Flight 93, would definitely crash into, guesses were either Capitol Hills or White House. It would have made it to its final destination. Let me tell you why. I don't think for a second why the passengers of Flight 93 were thinking of trying to take control of the plane, or at least take out the jihadis. I don't think for a second they sat there and say, okay, wait a minute, who did you vote for? Did you vote for Trump or did you vote for Biden? Are you a leftist or are you a socialist? Hey, let me ask you this. Do you believe in Common Core? I don't think they did that. I don't think any of them asked the other person how many followers you got on Facebook, or are you popular on Twitter, or how big is your Instagram, or how many views you get on YouTube. I'm sure you know where I'm going. Yes, Annie Cyrus, unfiltered for a minute. The reason, a few reasons, but one of the reasons they were able to stop Flight 93 to hit the target was because they put their differences aside and they united as humans, as Americans, and they said, will not be used by terrorists. They had values that they weren't willing to step on. They had bravery of, we're going to die either way, so we might as well not be your weapon. They put all of their differences aside. They united in a minute. They decided to fight the enemy, even though they could have said and say, hey guys, wait, maybe they don't crash the plane. Hey, maybe we stay alive. Hey, there's no guarantee and it's not going to happen on my watch. None of the stories we are dealing with today. And that is the problem today. I don't think we have learned enough. Or better yet, I don't think we have learned anything from September 11, 2001. And that is why they have repeated their Islamic jihad on our soil repeatedly, and instead of reacting worse, we have stopped reacting altogether. When you look back at September 11, fast forward through the next and next and next until the last one, the reaction has become comfortably numb. If it wasn't our city, if it wasn't our town, if it wasn't our street, it's okay. We still hold on to hope that this isn't going to happen. As I said, imagine if passengers of Flight 93 would be like, hey guys, let's not jump the gun. They might just land the plane, take their money and go, right? They could have done that. No, bravely they faced the truth. They came to realize this is the end. Who's gonna write the ending? And they bravely wrote their ending. They took the power off jihadists' hand. Question is, are we ready to do the same? Are we ready to stop thinking this isn't going to happen on our watch? Are we going to say that even though I might have this nice, really wonderful, so-called self-proclaimed Muslim neighbor who has beer with me, but that doesn't mean Islam is not a threat? Are we ready to say, regardless of what the government is going to say, I will follow one document and one document only, and that is the Constitution of the United States of America? Are we ready to do that? Because if we're not, as Anne Marie Waters said, the next 20 years will be the same. Hey, it might even be worse. I really hope, I really truly hope that we are ready. I have been. Since the day I earned my freedom in America, I've been ready. Because I promise I'm never going back to what life was before I made my way to America. But I really hope majority of my fellow Americans and majority of my fellow humans are ready to stand up and learn a thing or two or all of it from passengers of Flight 93 on September 11, 2001. Let's go ahead and hear from my wonderful friend. Many of you know him, follow him. He's definitely one of those who does not pull any punches, and he is ready to do whatever it takes to keep our freedom and liberties. Yes, Will Johnson of UniteAmericaFirst.com.
Hello, my name is Will Johnson. I have a website called UniteAmericaFirst.com. 9/11. I'll never forget that day. I will always remember where I was when it took place. I was in Arkansas and I was working IT. And at the time I was working on a help desk where the phone line was constantly ringing. I helped one person hang up the phone. Phone's already ringing for me to help somebody else. Except for this one particular day, 9/11, the phone stopped ringing. And at first people were like, what's going on? We were thinking that something was going on with the phone system. You pick it up, you can hear a dial tone. Nothing's wrong with the phone system. All of a sudden, someone came into the room where we had our help desk and we had a TV in there, and they turned the TV on and put it on the news. And then automatically, we all knew what was going on. We saw the reason why the phone stopped ringing. I'll never forget that day. They turned the TV on, we can already see one building on fire. And as we're watching it, we can see the horror of it, another plane going into the second building. The view that we were looking at, you couldn't see close, but they were talking about the reports of people jumping out of windows because the heat was so bad. It was unbearable. This happened 20 years ago. It'll be 20 years this September 11th. 20 years. It doesn't even seem like it was that long ago. And even now, today, we're still experiencing terror on the planet. Here recently, a crisis was created in Afghanistan. And as a result of that crisis, the U.S. government flew 100,000 people plus to the United States. They said that they vetted every single person that they brought. An extensive vet process, they said. But this administration has lied to us so much, I don't believe it. And isn't it something? What are the odds that before the 20-year anniversary that they create this crisis, and all of a sudden a lot of people that in that region of the world hate America possibly are here now in the United States of America? Now, I'm not saying a lot of people in Afghanistan were bad people. I'm not saying that at all, because they're actually good people, but there are some bad apples among them. We would be naive to believe otherwise. And again, 20-year anniversary, and they fly some of these people over there. There's no way that they could vet all of these people in such a short amount of time. I refuse to believe anything that this administration is saying. They've already demonstrated how much they care about America. They don't. 9/11 should never, ever be forgotten. 9/11 should go down in the history books of a terrible act that took place beyond any other act next to Pearl Harbor. What's really crazy is that you have those on the left today trying to equate January the 6th, which the FBI has come out and said it was not an insurrection. But you have the left trying to say that what happened on January the 6th is even worse than 9/11. How degrading is that? Over 3,000 people lost their lives that day. And they're talking about people upset about the corruption on January the 6th that they were trying to fight against. There's no comparisons. None at all. Never forget 9/11. Never forget the first responders that showed up and even lost their lives. My name is Will Johnson, UniteAmericaFirst.com. God bless.
UniteAmericaFirst.com. UniteAmericaFirst.com. As I said, one of the few people who has been under attack by the left, but has never given up. Will Johnson definitely deserves our support because he has proven and shown that he will not give up the fight regardless of what he's called and what he faces. He's going to keep on fighting for us. And I want to follow up on something that Will Johnson just said, or it was part of his words of wisdom today. Yes, we all know that, you know, the hijackers of September 11, 2001, and again, we will hear about it on our upcoming messages from our experts and freedom fighters, but we do know that a few of them were here with visa that was expired. So technically goes under immigration issues. But not only we haven't, and again, when I say we, please understand I'm referring to the administration. Not only the administration hasn't done anything to improve our screening and monitoring and, you know, doing a better job of who we are letting in our country. And again, please remember, I'm an immigrant myself, so this has nothing to do with immigration, but everything to do with the process of immigration. For example, when you load up planes of Afghan refugees without knowing who they are, then it would make people like me concerned at how many of them are Al-Qaeda or Taliban or ISIS, or are they even Afghanistani, or maybe they're, you know, Pakistanis, or maybe they're Iranians working for Hezbollah, and maybe they're working for Hamas. Again, we have heard so far from many experts and freedom fighters about how all of these names, all these groups, including the testimony of Phil Haney, that they all follow the same Quran and the same prophet without a prophecy, and they all have the same goal. So yes, a part that a lot of time, you know, we talk about border crisis, and depending on who's in the office, each side shift gears on if we have crisis or not. But the thing is, yes, since September 11, 2001, the immigration situation and process in America has definitely made it a lot easier and a lot simpler for Islamic jihadists to find their way in here in America and keep on planning and plotting and killing more innocent Americans simply for just being Americans. And I'm going to add this note here. Please do understand. In Quran, in Sharia, any teaching of Islam, as Westerners will never be accepted. Well, I will never be accepted because I'm an ex-Muslim, but as Westerners, the values we uphold can never fit into the box of Sharia. And remember, anything that does not fit into the box of Sharia will be fought by Sharia. If you don't fit into Sharia, the box of Sharia, your punishment is death. End of the story. There is no second, third, fourth, any other options or any other alternatives. So I want to repeat what I have repeated so many times, and I'm sure some of you are like, okay, I get it. But part of me is I have to repeat until everybody gets it. This is a war. And this is Islam at war with humanity. There is no other sides to it. Those of red-green axis who have joined the Islamization are not humans, they're people. So I will repeat, this is a war that Islam has started against humanity 1400 years ago, and as they move forward, they keep gaining more soldiers for their army, who preferably sold their soul to the devil. So it's time for us to build our army of soldiers who are willing to fight evil and know to draw the line between good and evil regardless of consequences. Let's go ahead and take a few more minutes to get to know some more of the wonderful people who didn't have a chance to choose. They didn't have the chance to decide, nor did they have the chance to tell us if they think Islam had anything to do with the terrifying last moments of their lives.
Frank and Shannon Favor would have celebrated their 7th wedding anniversary on Monday, so Mr. Favor was in a reflective mood this week. He remembered the first time he saw his wife. The woman, Shannon Favor, became loved to hug her 3-year-old son, Joseph Anthony, rent to movies and laugh. Mrs. Favor, 30, worked as an assistant broker for Cantor Fitzgerald and lived in Bensonhurst. He would almost still see his wife dancing around the house to whatever was on MTV. He thinks that might be because she's called after the plane hit her tower and said, "Tell the baby, I'll always be with him and you." I had seen her once or twice before, and I just had to talk to her, Mr. Favor said. I'm a shy guy, but we started talking and just clicked.
Bill Moskow's business and personal lives were wrapped around sports and fitness. As a risk consultant for Marsh & McLennan, he made sure potential clients were insurable. He juggled business trips, including a September 11th meeting at the World Trade Center's North Tower, around family activities. As his wife Lorraine said, he was always available to us. He was truly the other half. At home in the Cleveland suburbs, he worked out daily. He would run with his dogs. At age 50, he boxed and wrestled once a week. He coached teams in every sport his 13-year-old son Andy played. There was a memorial service the next day at Ground Zero in New York. I couldn't make it, but I watched on television. Andrea Bocelli was there and sang Ave Maria. Quite a coincidence.
Elaine Gentle, the Director of Human Resources for Fiduciary Trust Company, was on the 90th floor of 2 World Trade when the first plane hit, but she went up to the 97th because she thought it was her responsibility to get everybody out. As the floor filled with smoke, she called her husband Jack. She said she loved the kids, and we said we loved each other, and we said goodbye. She taught Bible school for 9 years and loved Billy Joel and Louis Prima. Her sons Alex and Robbie are 12 and 8. We love the ocean. Our first kiss was on the beach in Wildwood, New Jersey. It was a beautiful moonlit night, full moon, and thousands of horseshoe crabs were coming up on the beach to lay their eggs. At least we got to say goodbye, he said. So many didn't. And I know she did something decent. The chair of fiduciary told me at least 40 people are alive today because of Elaine.
During the week, Nizam A. Hafiz was a mild-mannered analyst for Marsh & McLennan. On the weekend, he was something else, a cricket star, but a mild-mannered cricket star. He was a proper gent, as we like to say on the field and off the field, said Leslie R. Lowe, president of the Commonwealth Cricket League of which Mr. Hafiz was captain. Mr. Hafiz, 32, was a member of the United States national team, which last year actually defeated an English team on its home turf. He had also been captain of the American Cricket Society. In Guyana, where he was born, Mr. Hafiz played on the under-19 national team, said his sister Debbie Alley. He moved to New York about a decade ago, she said, and lived with his parents in South Ozone Park, Queens.
Janice Ashley was a modern Renaissance woman, literary, artistic, and skilled in finance. As comfortable on rollerblades as ordering a meal at a fancy restaurant. She was so outspoken and bubbly, someone who kept her friends from elementary school but relished new experiences, like a trip to Turkey in August. She marched to her own tune, said Richard Gallo, a friend that she had dated for over 5 years. She wouldn't have had chicken or beef when she went out to eat. She'd order an antelope steak or an ostrich burger. Another friend recalled how Miss Ashley was their only high school classmate to compliment her at her unconventional Sweet 16 party at Manhattan Comedy Club. She just got things, Risa Luark said. There's nothing phony about her. Miss Ashley, 25, lived with her mother, father, and 18-year-old brother in Rockyville Center, New York. She returned home tired from 12-hour days but found time to talk about her dreams, like eventually opening up a florist gift shop, she said, Carol Ashley, her mother.
Faith, Duncan, Paul, Cynthia, Benjamin, William, Rachel, Keith, Stephen, Max, James, Shirley, thank you so much. I have not had the chance to ask everyone if I'm allowed to give their full name, but the names I am saying today are the voices you are hearing, and I would like to repeat, this would not be possible if these gentle souls wouldn't agree to come on and allow me to record their voices and get through the hard emotions while reading these tributes. So thank you for being part of this project and helping make it happen. I want to take a second, literally a second, and talk about Elaine Gentle. Her video was the first one I edited. It was on the test when I was trying to figure out the template and the motions and the timing and all that. So I had to go back and forth, and unfortunately we were only able to find one picture of her, as I'm sure you notice on the screen. The 4 screen changes but has the same picture. And I couldn't help, first I really felt like as I watch her video today again, or as I say her name in a very strange way, I feel like I know her now, and I feel like I can miss her somehow. But as I was going back and forth on the edit to repeatedly hearing the voice and seeing the face, I just couldn't help but to, one, think what a beautiful smile she had. And thankfully the picture of her we have is, you know, a wonderful smile. And then part of me, on the voice as you heard, part of me feels a little less sad, a little bit more maybe happy that she got the chance, as her husband said, at least we got to say goodbye. And that's why I wanted to talk about her, aside the fact that she was a brave woman who decided she had a way out, but she decided not to take the way out and at least try to help others. And she did. About 40 people were saved because of her. But she kind of became a symbol for me. Elaine is that idea in my head today that why can't we all be like her? She had family, she had children, she had a husband, she had loved ones. But at that very moment, she chose to help. She chose to be a good human. She chose to shift her priorities from me and my children, my life and my husband, to me as a human. I personally will do my best. Now, I mean, it's public information. I don't have a family. Those who are still alive have already disowned me. Those who didn't disown me have passed away. I don't have a husband or children. But even with that, I want to make sure starting tomorrow, I will learn from her, Elaine Gentle, that when it comes to that moment, I will put my priorities in better order, and I will make sure, even though I don't have children to fight for them, but I will make sure to make more sacrifices and more compromises, because as you know, Lord help me get through this sentence. We officially now have Afghan child brides in our country, America, who are still child brides with no protection. They have not been saved or picked up by children protection services, because apparently the black and white law against child molestation and the statutory rape has somehow went into gray zone for Muslims, and our government is figuring out how to deal with the situation. It kills me to know, as a former child bride who was saved by America, who came to this country as a single woman, free to be who she wants to be. 19 years later, I have to sit here, and there is nothing I can do for the current child brides who I took an oath and made a promise to do everything in my power. Sorry. To help and protect. So, I feel like I even have failed, even though I think I have dedicated as much as I thought I could to the fight against Islam and Sharia. So, I want to ask you all to take a look at your priorities, please. Try to find a little bit more time to dedicate to this fight. The last 20 years, we have gone wrong somewhere as much as the government and establishment has. We need to find where we went wrong and fix it. We cannot leave life knowing in our beautiful country, and there are almost perfect documents of Constitution, there are child brides with no protection. There are girls who are being mutilated with no protection. There are women being killed in name of honor killing with no protection. And then there are Muslim men with complete protection, a solid shield around them, who get away with everything they do in name of religion. I hope you take what I said to heart and try to do more, do better, and honor our founding fathers who wanted this nation and this country to be the best there could be. And I think we can go back there if we all start doing more and doing better and committing. I will cut my overly emotional speech, and let's go ahead and hear from Charles Jacob, President of Americans for Peace and Tolerance, and James Marder, Republican congressional candidate for Illinois. And I will come back to you after we hear their message for today, the 20th anniversary of September 11, 2001.
Hi, I'm Charles Jacobs. On the morning of September 11, 2001, I was in the U.S. Capitol getting ready to testify to a Senate committee about the slaughter and the enslavement of black people in Sudan. Around 2.5 million blacks had been killed. Tens of thousands of them were enslaved in a government-initiated jihad, an Islamic holy war. I had founded the American Anti-Slavery Group to, among other things, bring attention to the enslavement of blacks in Sudan and Mauritania. We helped liberate thousands of black slaves. Back then, though, we didn't really understand jihad. We thought of the Sudan conflict as a civil war. But on 9/11, when the planes hit the towers and we learned about the attackers, it dawned on me. The same people murdering and enslaving blacks in Africa were coming for us here, and for the same reasons. Both the 9/11 attackers and the slavers in Sudan were motivated by the same Islamic religious concept, the submission of infidels. And they were aiming for the same victories here as they were having in Sudan. Jihadists will always be our enemies. We can't determine what they'll do. But what we can determine is how we respond. And so what should worry us most is the failure of our American leaders. People who do not want to see jihad truly for what it is, who want to minimize the role that Islam played in the 9/11 attacks and in jihad attacks around the world. So here we are 20 years after the towers fell. Our leaders have been misleading us all of this time. And in their blindness and their cowardice, they have allowed jihadists to penetrate our society in America. I'm Jewish. In the Jewish community, this is a huge problem. Most establishment Jewish leaders value their allegiance to the Democratic Party over their responsibility to protect Jews against jihad. On American campuses, no criticism of Islam or Islamic culture and society is permitted, while support for Israel is out of bounds. In American high schools, you can't teach about Sudan's black slaves because that would be Islamophobic. But you must learn to criticize the Jewish state and to call America racist. And our cowardly mainstream Jewish leaders continue to go along with this. Even when a rabbi was stabbed in Boston by an Islamic immigrant on July 1st, Jewish leaders refused to say a word about Islamic Jew hatred. They acted as though it was a mystery why a Muslim would ever think he wanted to stab a rabbi. This is shameful. And so on this 9/11, I and my team are dedicating ourselves to do what we can do to address this problem inside the Jewish community. We are creating a movement of sane, brave, and talented Jewish Americans to challenge our failed leaders, to speak the truth, and to protect our community. That's what we can do. That is how we are remembering 9/11. To those Americans who lost their lives on 9/11, may their memories be for a blessing. For those in the Jewish community who want to rise up and challenge our failed Jewish leaders, come and join us. Just email me at charlesjacobs123@gmail.com. Never forget 9/11. Never forget its true meaning, because so much of our society, especially our leaders, have. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. This is James Martyr. I'm a candidate for Congress in Illinois, and these are my reflections today on the 20th anniversary of 9/11, which occurred on September 11th, 2001. Shock and surprise, but obviously much anger. I mean, I'm not afraid to admit it. I was angry, as were many, and you know, it needed a response. And then you see the response came with pretty much national support, worldwide support, and people came together. Unlike what we see today, where we don't see that so much today, where people came together. the response is what it was needed, but then somewhere along the way, it seems like the response that we had turned into something else. And that something else ended up being what we're now calling the longest war in American history, that has ended badly in this last month leading up to this. And it's something that we need to look back and reflect upon to understand, well, how did we get here? What are we going to do to protect Americans and protect liberty and freedom everywhere that it exists? Because it's under attack, and it was under attack on 9/11, and here we are 20 years later, and it's still under attack. It's under attack in so many ways, and we're under attack by some of the same forces within. And I think that, to me, is a lesson that we have to learn, and when we have to never forget. It seems many have forgotten this horrific event, this event that changed our lives in history, and we have to go back to that and understand. And I think part of what people need to remember is how we came together to stand against evil. And that's probably the most important thing to me to remember on this day, the day that America was attacked by the Al-Qaeda terrorists.
Martyrforcongress.us, that is martyr number 4, congress.us. Get behind him. I'm sure you know, in my entire years of doing what I do, I have never actually endorsed a candidate. It has been my honor to endorse James Martyr. I know him on a personal level, and he is one of very few America First people who is running for Congress, and he's not afraid to tell it as it is. And I completely and 100% agree with him. People have forgotten. And yes, we had the answer, the unity, but then we lost it because we allowed our government, we allowed our Congress members and senates to divide us with lies, to divide us by projecting what they're doing. They called us racist, even though they are the racist. They called us anti-immigrant, even though they're only pro-illegal aliens because they want their votes. So we have, again, sadly, we have allowed this division to be created, and we need to most definitely put an end to it and stop it, because the only way, as James Martyr said, the only way for us to fight and fight the right way and win this, it's for us to unite. Just like, again, I wasn't here, and I promise you I will tell you my story of where I was when September 11 happened. But on that day, Americans came together as one, and they responded correctly. Now, he's correct, we have lost that, but we can regain it, we can put it back together, and we can fight. And again, part of it is to make sure to remember and get to know those who lost their lives on September 11, and every day from there on to Islamic jihad and terror. And I would like, before we go to the next batch of our remembrance and introduction to victims of September 11, I just want to remind everyone who joined us maybe now or earlier, this is an ongoing project. Please don't hesitate, get involved, help us continue making these videos, and we are not asking for any financial support. We got that, it's fine. We just need manpower. We need many voices. We need talents who can help us technically with edits and audios and recording and all that good stuff. So if you want to be part of this project, if you want to help us finish making videos where we get to know the victims, all you got to do is either go to liveuptofreedom.com, click on September 11 or 9/11 project button, or send me an email, liveuptofreedom@gmail.com. Put 9/11 project on the subject, and I will definitely get back to you so we can continue making these videos. Remember, one way to fight the left and Islam and the unholy alliance, red-green axis, all the same thing. One way to fight them is to not let them make the narrative and guide it to where they want it. We will tell the truth, and this is how we tell the truth. We will remind everyone that every person who died in September 11, 2001 and every other Islamic jihad was just a human doing their own thing, living their own life. They had no problems. They didn't do anything wrong, and they weren't targeted by Islam for any reason except the fact that they were not part of their Islamic movement. Simple as that. So please get behind this project. Volunteer your time, your voice, your expertise, anything you can afford. No financial support is asked for this project, but if you can afford time, we greatly appreciate it. Let's take a look at 5 more of the beautiful souls who lost their lives on September 11, 2001.
He was 28, recently married, and wanted to start a family on Long Island. He was so much more cheerful when he came home, said his wife Christine. Now he's a hero. He was a good man back then. He graduated only a few months ago and was assigned to the firehouse in Park Slope, Brooklyn. Though his salary was lower than in the old job, his new career was more exciting and the hours were more reasonable. Mr. Oberg's father, Lieutenant Dennis Oberg, was also at the disaster site. After the towers fell, he searched for his son, but located only his fire truck, smothered in debris. He decided to retire that day, after 31 years on the force. Dennis Oberg never meant to become a firefighter like his father, but after a few years of feeling shackled to his job as an accountant in a big firm, he entered the fire academy.
Mr. Asaro played the piano, the guitar, and the piccolo. A firefighter since 1987, Mr. Asaro also enjoyed playing one on television. He was an extra in several movies, including 15 Minutes, The Siege, and Frequency. When his wife and 6 children realized that Mr. Asaro was not coming home to Middletown, New York, they decorated his memorial service with some of the band's paraphernalia. T-shirts, Christmas ornaments, pictures. Songs like Touch of Grey and Friend of the Devil were played. It was a fitting tribute, they said, to his love for music. When Jerry Garcia of the Grateful Dead died in 1995, Carl Asaro was devastated. The self-proclaimed deadhead, Mr. Asaro held a memorial service and barbecue in honor of Mr. Garcia in his backyard, complete with 50 guests, candles, and the band's t-shirts hung alongside of the deck. He dreamed of having a speaking part. He always said one day he might go to Hollywood and be famous, said Eloisa Asaro, his wife. And I said, yes, you go to Hollywood and leave me here with all the kids. He said no, I would be his agent.
Mr. Apostol 55 was the chief aide in Battalion 2 of the fire department. With 28 years on the force, he joked that he would quit only when the job stopped being fun. For the last 33 years, he had been married to his high school girlfriend. When they heard about the attacks on the World Trade Center, his family knew that he would be in the middle of the action. That's how he was, Ms. Apostol said. When my son was born, the hospital wouldn't even let my mother in. Foss made up a story to sneak in. I couldn't believe he was there. But he'd do anything for you. You didn't have to ask. My neighbors used to ask us, where'd you find a babysitter who also mowed the lawn? When both his daughters-in-law became pregnant in the spring of 1999, Faustino Apostol took a rooting interest. "I was due a month after," said Jennifer Apostol, the wife of Mr. Apostol's younger son, Christopher, but Faust said he had his money on me.
Dana Hannon, 29, wanted to be a firefighter for almost as long as he wanted to hunt. After high school, he worked as a carpenter to support himself, while he served as a volunteer firefighter in his hometown, Wyckoff, New Jersey, where he rose to the rank of captain. He got his first paying job as a firefighter in Bridgeport, Connecticut, where he was awarded the Medal of Valor for a rescue. 7 years after taking the exam, he joined the Fire Department of New York. He was with Engine Company 26. Dana Hannon lived to hunt. While his family knew he would always be there for them, they knew better than to ask favors on the first day of hunting seasons for deer, ducks, and geese. So it is no surprise that he knew how to track down a quarry. Maybe that explains why he waited until he got to the top of the Sydney Harbour Bridge in Australia to propose to Alison Danson. He smuggled the ring on a string around his neck. They were to be married next fall.
While growing up in the Bronx, Steve Mercado wanted to play for the Yankees, and even though he ended up becoming a firefighter, he did not exactly leave his boyhood dream behind. He played softball with other firefighters. He had his fingers in everything, said his mother, Mary Mercado. "Every time someone calls, I say, I didn't know that." But Mr. Mercado, 38, who remained in the Bronx with his wife and 2 sons, also loved being a firefighter. "The firemen are the ones that are hurting," Mrs. Mercado said. "They say they have to have hope." That is why she still spoke of the oldest of her 3 sons in the present tense. "I'm very fond of him," she said. "He's a great son." His parents, who live in Florida, visited the firehouse recently and were greeted with hugs and kisses from firefighters and strangers alike. "They cry with us," Mr. Mercado said of the strangers dropping off flowers, food, and money at the firehouse.
I wish we could all, maybe you have an idea to help make this happen, but I'm thinking we should put together a way to do what many did in New York after September 11. You know, we don't have to wait for tragedy to hit. We don't have to wait for our first responders to be gone before we appreciate them. I don't know, maybe just grab a basket of chocolate chip cookies or a good coffee or lasagna, I don't know, basket of fruit. Just show up at their doors, give them a hug, let them know that we don't only appreciate them when they have made the ultimate sacrifice. We appreciate them every day. Or maybe if we don't, we should start thinking that way every morning. We should thank all the brave men and women who are protecting us, who run towards bullets and fire and terrorists to save us. Just an idea. I think I'm going to do that myself. I think I'm going to start showing up at police department and fire houses and, you know, say hi to them, stand there, talk to them, make sure they're doing okay, and make sure they know I appreciate what they do. And even though I'm not as brave as them to do what they do, I can appreciate their bravery. Maybe you guys can, yeah, let's do that. Let's just randomly show up. We don't, as I'm hoping, the never forget becomes never again. But let's not wait for tragedy to happen for us to appreciate each other. That's just one of the lessons we could learn today. Let's just appreciate each other for now, while we're here. You know, what is that saying? Don't cry when I'm dead, because while I'm here, you don't even have a minute of your day to call me, or something like that. Yeah, let's change that narrative. Let's show our gratitude. But back to what I was saying before we went to the first responders memorial video, talk about division and how we have allowed our government to divide us, and we have to take responsibility on that. It's actually a good topic that I have personally learned a lot, having the privilege to work with our next freedom fighter and brilliant mind, who has sent us his thoughts and reflection on today, the 20th anniversary. He is the author of the book Divided Era. If you haven't read it, please do. You can also find him on politicalvanguard.com. Tom Del Boccaro, who is also heavily involved, and he has worked very hard towards recall Newsom in California right now. So let's hear his thoughts on today's anniversary.
Hi, I'm Tom Del Boccaro, author of The Divided Era. And on this very sad but important anniversary in American history, I wanted to talk to you about 3 lessons I think that we should understand related to 9/11. Now, the first one of which relates to our special place in history and who we are as a people. And you know, it's human nature to take certain things for granted once you luxuriate in the times that you're in. America is a very special place. It has unprecedented wealth. People live here in unprecedented freedom. And then the generations tend to take for granted the life around them, and they tend to believe that others in the world live in a somewhat similar fashion, when in fact they do not. The world is not like the United States. Sure, parts of Western Europe live well and live somewhat like the United States, but in every era, every generation, there are those that are quite unlike Americans and live a completely different life, as we have seen with the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan once again. There are always barbarians at the gate. And one lesson of 9/11 is that we, amidst our luxury, always need to remember that although we live in a special place, that special place in history is a moment in time. It is not guaranteed forever. And there are those who would use America as a scapegoat for their problems, internal problems, blame America, and then try and take advantage or use America to subjugate the people in their own country. That is the lesson that Hitler employed, Stalin employed, the Taliban employed, Al-Qaeda employed, and others throughout history. So lesson number 1 is, we may be doing quite well, but we always must remember that there are barbarians just outside the gate, maybe farther than usual, but because of technology, we can never forget their ability to strike like they did in 9/11. Lesson number 2 is that we need to be wary of being consumed by our own division. While we fight each other over politics at home, we tend to look away from the responsibilities and those dangers I just spoke about. This is also human nature, to not look to the outside when we fight among ourselves. Greek democracy, way back in the centuries, ended with the triumph of Philip of Macedon over a warring classes in ancient Greece. We can't consume ourselves with division and keep ourselves safe at the same time. That's a danger we need to avoid as well. Sure, we can and often do disagree, but we can't do it to such an extent that we forget to keep our homeland safe. That's one lesson of what occurred in 9/11 as well. And finally, the third lesson is a lesson we should know, but we don't, and it's related to the first two. And that is, of course, that freedom is never free. It must be won every day. And as government grows, our freedoms decline. And as government grows, we may not be paying attention to the outside world as well. So, the lessons of 9/11 are that we are a special country and people would come at us just because we are. And we need to be careful about that. Number two, our own divisions cannot let us escape our responsibilities around the world or to turn away from them. And finally, number three, we must always remember that freedom is unusual in history, and to keep it, we must fight for it every day. I'm Tom Del Beccaro. Please remember this special moment that is 9/11 in our history so that we don't repeat our prior mistakes of ignoring the outside world or not cherishing and fighting for the freedoms we enjoy.
Words of wisdom, no doubt about it. Everything he said, plus, let's not forget the barbarians who may not be behind our gates have been armed with $85 billion of weaponry and the technology behind that weaponry. And that is, as he said, as the government grows, our freedom declines. Our government, Biden administration, handed over $85 billion of weaponry to the Taliban, the barbarians who are coming for us. And again, I don't want to talk too much about it. I don't, as I said, my role today is mainly to be the host of this broadcast and present to you everything that everyone has worked so hard to send in and prepare. But I will say this. I hope you are listening to all the brilliant minds and words of wisdoms of freedom fighters that are being played on this broadcast, but I also want you to know that all of these clips are also available separately by themselves if you need to go back and listen again, or if you need to show someone and have them listen to their words of wisdom. You can find all of these separately on their own link after this broadcast. They will be posted on liveuptofreedom.com tomorrow, but they are also available on YouTube on their ACU News, like the lower third logo, ACU News, all one word, or Glazov Gang on Rumble. You can find these words of wisdom, every single one of them. It needs to be repeated and needs to be absorbed and analyzed and understood. But yes, the divided era. Again, his website is politicalvanguard.com, and his author of Divided Era, Shirley, kindly posted the link on Facebook. Read the book. I really think today is the day. Again, many wonderful and wise words were said. Now it's time to tell the truth. But it's also time for us to work towards unity. We have got to do this. He is so right. Is very correct that the division we have played into their hands. By day, generally during this broadcast, when I say day, I am referring to Unholy Alliance, Red Green Axis, or Left and Islam, whichever one you like to pick. That's why I just say day. We have most definitely played into their hands and allowed them to keep going. So I think another call to action for today is enough is enough. Let's stop the division. I understand they created the division, but then I understand we can end it. We have what it takes to end the division. Yes, Linda, amen. And I just want to take a very quick second on our YouTube. Lisa, thank you. I saw your super chat. Thank you for your contribution. And thank you for your kind words. It is my honor to be an American citizen, and it is definitely my honor to be able to be here with you tonight, so I appreciate it. I know your contribution was about an hour ago, but part of me is I was trying to get to that, so thank you. And I think it's given, and after almost 2 hours and 45 minutes into the broadcast, I hope you have already shared and invited your friends, but if you haven't, that's all right. Go ahead and do it now. We're going to take another few minutes, and let's get to know some more of the victims whose life were cut short on September 11, 2001.
Cooking in the Marines is not what one might think of as the best preparation for an executive chef. But for Benjamin Keith Clark, being a leatherneck chef was his springboard to some classes at the Cordon Bleu Cooking School, and finally to Sodexo. Mr. Clark was famous for his soups and meatloaf. Mr. Clark, 39 years old, and known as Keith, was last seen on the 88th floor helping a woman with 3 other men, according to his wife, LaShawn. None of them survived. His son, Chaz, 17 years old, saw the attack on the 2 towers from Stuyvesant High School, where he is a student. Chaz, his 3 brothers, and 1 sister would often get their parents to have a bake-off, always enjoying the results, but only rarely declaring their mother the victor. Mrs. Clark still dials Mr. Clark's office number, waiting to talk to him. They met on the subway platform at Penn Station. Mr. Clark offered to escort his future wife home late one night. He called and sent flowers for months after, until he finally won her undivided attention.
Ann C. Judge, 49, of Great Falls, Virginia, arranged trips around the world for National Geographic Society writers, photographers, and executives. This is how she came to be aboard American Airlines Flight 77 with 3 DC public school students and 3 teachers on a National Geographic sponsored field trip to the Channel Islands in California. Colleagues recalled her enthusiasm for travel, her passion for geography, and said she took care of their travel glitches with ease. Ann Judge is an extraordinary lady, well known and loved by almost everybody here at National Geographic. James L. Stanfield, a longtime photographer for National Geographic, said Judge once created a year-long 20-page itinerary for him that included flight, ground transportation, and hotel plans. Nothing went wrong.
Since childhood, when he sneaked train rides to the hotel where the ball players stayed, James Quinn would find a way to be at the center of the action, and he had dozens of photographs to prove it. There was Jimmy with Wayne Gretzky, Jimmy with Michael Jordan, Jimmy with Will Smith. Late one night, he called to say he had gotten a ride to the end of the Marine Parkway Bridge. When she arrived to pick him up on the Brooklyn side, she discovered the bridge was closed for construction. He had persuaded the workers to radio to those on the other side to let him across. You never knew how he would get in, said Noreen Quinn, his mother. He would just walk in like he belonged. I really thought he would come out of the darkness this time, she said. I really did. But he was interested in less famous people too, and closely followed the basketball career of his younger brother, Joseph, a West Point cadet.
Mr. Wilkes met Miss Antigua, 32, at a going-away party 2 years ago on the cusp of a move to North Carolina. They nurtured a long-distance relationship until he decided to return north to marry Miss Antigua. At 8:50 a.m. on September 11th, she left a message for Mr. Wilkes on his mobile phone, saying a plane had rammed her building, but she was okay. He never managed to reach her. They lived together in a house Miss Antigua had bought in Middletown, New Jersey, where they had planned to make a new family with her 2 children from a previous marriage. They filled the garden with azaleas and sunflowers. An avid reader, a scuba diver, and a dear friend. She's awesome, he said, slipping from habit into the present tense. She ruined me for other women.
Miles Sotares Fernandez decided to go out with Andrew J. Bate to stop his best friend from pestering her about it. He's really a nice guy, a friend you would say. Ms. Fernandez only saw low-key, calm guy. Very tranquilio, she remembered. Not really her type. I was used to the thugs. Mr. Bailey, a 29-year-old who was born in England of Jamaican parents and had come to the States as a teenager, was no thug. He did look a little like Michael Jordan, and after their first lunch date, they became inseparable. On September 11th, Miss Fernandez was coming out of the subway and dialing Mr. Bailey on the 93rd floor of One World Trade Center to tell him she was getting breakfast for the 2 of them when the first plane hit. He also had an 8-year-old daughter, Veronica. Ms. Fernandez said he was a devoted father, a good basketball player, and even a better listener.
I would like to take a minute. This is one of the videos that has been released on the YouTube channel of Never Forget. This might be more emotional, or I'm not gonna put a name on it. I don't know, but point is, the daughter of the victim just made a comment on her mom's video. I feel so wonderful about it. These are, I guess, happy tears. And she thanked us for not forgetting her mother and the rest of the victims. On that note, I just want to say, on behalf of myself and everyone involved with this project, we also want to tell all the family members of those who perished on September 11, 2001. We might be a little late, but we are on it. We will remember, introduce, and honor your loved ones, whom the nation might have seemed like forgotten, but we haven't, and we will remember them. It is such a great feeling to have received a comment from the daughter of one of the victims, and she thanked us, but I want her to know, Jen, it is our pleasure. It has absolutely been an honor to produce that video to remember your mother, and our heart goes out to you for missing her for 20 years. But I am glad the memory you shared on the comment is last thing you remember is her kissing you and going to work. I'm glad that is the last memory you have of your mother. Oh, thank you so much, Lisa. Sorry, a comment on Facebook caught my attention. Lisa Kelly said, Annie, you have outdone yourself. This is absolutely beautiful. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless you. And God bless America as we fight for her today. Yes, I just figured, I know for fact I speak for everyone involved with this project. We are happy, we are honored, and we feel blessed when we hear from victims' family members and loved ones, and we hear that they are happy and they feel good about what we're doing. That is one of the main points of this project. We are about to come to the last hour of this broadcast, and in no shape or form do I want to feel like I stepped on anyone else's time. So I just wanted to put this out there. Then let's go and hear from our Canadian freedom fighter, a dear friend. You have read her brilliant pieces, most likely, most definitely, on frontpagemag.com and also jihadwatch.org. Kristen Douglas William from Canada, who's an international award-winning journalist, a truth teller who tells it as it is. So you can find her, as I said, read her pieces on frontpagemag.com and Jihad Watch.
Hi, I'm Christine Douglas Williams. It's an honor to join the outstanding Glazov Gang and Lived Up to Freedom organization to share my views on this 20th anniversary of 9/11. Aside from the deep sadness it conjures up, I'll talk about my concerns about its relevance to America's future. 9/11 was a message sent to Americans by mainstream Islamic expansionists. It was a declaration of war. We stared down death, evil, and witnessed the fragility of human life. We also came face to face with a catastrophic challenge to our freedoms, freedoms that didn't come easy. The two paramount questions on my mind: how do we pay tribute to the innocents that died that day and the heroic emergency workers? Answer: it's supposed to be never forget. Each of these victims were faces of freedom. And the next question: how are we to view the perpetrators? Pure evil, an extension of 1,400 years of bloody conquest. They celebrate death and perpetuate hatred. They're bent on conquest, bent on casting fear into the hearts of disbelievers. No, not every Muslim ascribes to the supremacist expansionary Sharia. The ones who don't are deemed apostates. The 9/11 mastermind, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, captured the essence of the goal of 9/11 perpetrators then and now. He said that Americans won't win because Americans don't realize that, quote, "We do not need to defeat you militarily. We only need to fight long enough for you to defeat yourself by quitting." He goes on, large-scale attacks such as 9/11 were nice, but not necessary. Why? Because jihadi-minded brothers would immigrate into the United States, wrap themselves in America's rights and laws until they were strong enough to rise up and attack. The brothers, he says, would relentlessly continue their attacks, and the American people would eventually become so tired, so frightened, and so wary of war that they would just want it to end, unquote. This encapsulates the ongoing spirit of 9/11, the putrid stench that is eroding our freedoms daily. What we now see happening in Afghanistan is the continued shadow of the spirit of 9/11. That 9/11 monumental event should have signaled to all, wake up. Never again should have been our goal in defending America, not, are we offending anyone? Are we guilty of Islamophobia? The Taliban commander now vowed jihad against the whole world. The tragic humanitarian crisis we see in Afghanistan now under Taliban rule is worsening as the Taliban establishes the divine Sharia. They're going door to door killing people, raping women, turning 12-year-old girls into sex slaves, sadly in accordance with Quran 3350. They're murdering uncovered women to make sure women obey Quran 2431 and 3359, which address full cover-up for women. The grave threat the Taliban poses is far beyond Afghan borders. After al-Qaeda leader bin Laden was thrown out of Sudan, it was Iran which aided al-Qaeda in its free movement to and from Afghanistan, where jihadist training camps were set up. The 9/11 Commission found that Iran facilitated the transit of al-Qaeda members in and out of Afghanistan before 9/11, and that some of these members were future 9/11 hijackers. Al-Qaeda remains tight with the Taliban. Many observers now fear worse than 9/11. As an aside, for those who think the threat is from just a few radical Muslims, Pakistan, Qatar, Turkey, China, Hamas, and Iran all support the Taliban. Much of the $83 billion of American military equipment left behind is now being sent over by the Taliban to Iran. According to the Washington Institute and others also, Saudi Arabia was also involved in 9/11, but to prevent embarrassing the Saudi royal family, a great cover-up ensued. Sunni and Shia jihadists have their great schisms, but they unite in common causes to defeat the enemy, like America. Today, we don't only continue to be targeted for destruction by jihadists, but progressives are enabling them from within. On this anniversary of 9/11, we must remember the victims and what happened to them beyond a faded historic memory each year. A subverted America is not what we want for future generations. 9/11 was a warning, and that warning is getting louder. Be sure to support the Glazov Gang and its ongoing efforts to fight for freedoms and also live up to freedom organization.
Did I mention she's a truth teller? She did it. She said it. Go to Quran. Told you about the countries involved and how we are still working with them, and I'll top that. You know how it is right now. Taliban is apparently our new ally, and we're friends with them, and we fund them, and we work with them, and we have secret meetings with them. But as she also said, we are remembering the victims. We are getting to know them, and I promise you, knowing the Unholy Alliance, which I will plug Dr. Jamie Glazov's book here one more time, United in Hate. United in Hate. Get the book, read the book. I was all about knowing the destructive plans of Islam and Sharia. I knew about Islamization. I know about Sharia, but I didn't know anything about the Red Green Axis Unholy Alliance and the efforts of left and Islam working together until I read United in Hate, which, by the way, for those of you who may not be informed, I have had the privilege and honor to work with Dr. Jamie Glazov. Comes December, we will mark our 10th anniversary of the Glazov Gang production that has been going on for 10 years. So it has been a privilege and a blessing to learn a lot from Dr. Jamie Glazov in the last 10 years. But the book, United in Hate, taught me the alliance, and then from there I started studying it, and I learned, and I saw it, and I started putting the dots together. And that's the thing, this is information war. As I said, the left wants to erase history and rewrite history and all that. And that's where we come in and we fight back, and we don't let them. We will not let them rewrite history. We will not let them fade away. Innocent lives taken in names of Allah and fi sabilillah and by hands of Islamic terrorists. We will not tolerate practice of Sharia in our country. As Phil Haney said, it is unconstitutional, and in our constitution no foreign law shall be practiced or allowed to be practiced. So yes, I will say this before we go to the next video of remembrance of the victims of September 11. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to push back. It is time to take action. Enough of, as she said, yearly hashtag of never forget. Enough of posting few repeated sentences and hashtags. It's time to take action. It's time to reverse engineer the left's methods and tactics. They want to erase something, we make sure to say it loud and repeat it until they cannot find a way to erase it, to fade it away, or to change the narrative. On that note, I will plug September 11th project one more time. It is an ongoing project. We will not give up. I will not give up. I have said, even if it's the last thing I do in my life, I will finish producing 3,028 videos, one for each person who was killed and murdered in hands of Islamic Jihad on September 11, 2001. So if you want to be part of this project, again, we are absolutely not asking for any financial help. All the support and volunteer we're asking for is your capability, your ability, your willingness, your voices especially, and your time. If you want to volunteer, go to liveuptofreedom.com or send an email to liveuptofreedom@gmail.com. Put on subject line 9/11 project, and we will make sure to get in touch with you, bring you on. and say welcome aboard as we continue this ongoing efforts to remember and get to know every single person that the left is trying to erase from our memory, from our history, and step on their blood as it was shed by Islamic jihadists that are becoming more and more allies with our governments.
At 49, Angela Kite was planning to retire in a year or two. She and her husband Roger had saved money and were fixing up a retirement home on Cape Cod. "We went there in the summer," Mr. Kite said. "We loved bicycling along the national seashore." Mrs. Kite, who lived in Boonton, New Jersey, started at Marsh & McLennan when it was a young company and worked her way up to managing director. She was very organized, taping a 2-week list of dinner menus on the refrigerator for Mr. Kite, a retired precision toolmaker, to prepare. And she had a lock-snap memory, which enabled her to make a shopping list with a time-efficient supermarket map. Up aisle 2 for canned tomatoes, down aisle 3 for paper towels. The Kites were putting away money for a scholarship fund at Lycoming College in Williamsport, Pennsylvania, where Mrs. Kite graduated cum laude. Her husband intends to donate more in her memory.
If Thomas Glasser had filled out an occupation form, it would have looked something like this: philosophy major, track star, stand-up comic, restaurant owner, bartender, partner at Sandler O'Neill. By 40, Mr. Glasser had added husband and father to his resume. He could have also added wallet rescuer. He earned a do-gooder reputation in high school when he returned a teacher's lost wallet. Years later, he witnessed the robbery and chased the culprit. Again, the wallet was returned. Mr. Glasser was not a typical Wall Street guy, said his wife, Meg. That was all right with her because she had an aversion to them until she met him. A moment, she said, was like time-lapse photography. I looked at him and I saw everything, she said. He walked in the door and I knew that he was my husband. Mr. Glasser's children, Dylan and Luke, are still a bit too young to appreciate their father's focus on education, but other children are not. Mr. Glasser and his father Gerald had for years planned to start a charitable foundation.
Jacqueline Young, also known as Jackie, hated noise. She hated it so much that she moved to Staten Island, even though she had no relatives there, for some quiet. Miss Young's brother, James McKinley, accompanied her to a job interview in Virginia last year, and when the hotel they were staying at proved too noisy, she insisted they move to another one. It was about 20 miles away, he said. Raised in South Carolina, Miss Young, 37, who worked for Marsh & McLennan, a consulting firm, often talked about moving out of the city altogether and search for jobs in other states. She wanted to be where life is at a slower pace, where it was not so hectic all the time, said her mother, Libertha McKinley Williams. Despite her need for quiet, Miss Young, who was unmarried, often took her nieces and nephews on excursions and loved to dance. In July, she danced at the wedding of another brother in Brooklyn. She was so happy for him, Mr. McKinley said.
Mr. Demas, whom family members called Anthony, was proud of his Greek heritage, his world-class cooking, as well as his grilled cheese sandwiches, and his 1960s Mercedes convertible, which he would drive in the 4th of July parade in Madison, Connecticut, where the family has a weekend house. His secretary told Mrs. Demas that he raced through the 105th floor office in the South Tower on September 11th, encouraging everybody to get out. He would never leave anybody behind, Mrs. Demas said. Colleagues described a dynamic, natural leader, a former first lieutenant in the Army, an expert in risk management, who also had the most impressive collection of family photos in the office. Anthony Demas's love for his twin boys began before their birth on August 5, 1993. He had been born on an August 4th, and he asked his wife, Violetta, to wait a day so the boys would have a birthday they could call their own.
Yvonne was smitten by the travel bug and lived for a time in New Zealand. On returning to Sydney, she met the love of her life, Barry Lee Thomas Kennedy. They courted and were married on the 16th of January, 1972. In 1973, Lee James Charles Kennedy was born, and in the following year, Simon Paul Kennedy arrived. They grew together as a family and built the family home in the Sydney suburb of Toongabbie. On the 10th of May 1985, Barry tragically died, leaving Yvonne to care for the business and their two boys alone. In 1990, Yvonne began her career as a full-time staff member at Red Cross. Yvonne decided to have the adventure of a lifetime, a tour of North America, Canada, and the Arctic. She set off for her dream holiday on the 4th of August, due to return home on September 15th. Yvonne never made it home.
Hello, my name is Raymond Ibrahim. I'm a Shulman Fellow at the David Horowitz Freedom Center. I'm author of several Islam-related books, most recently Sword and Scimitar, 14 Centuries of War Between Islam and the West. I'm here to offer some reflections concerning the 20th anniversary of the September 11 or 9/11 attacks on the United States 20 years ago in 2001. Ultimately, what I would always offer and what I like to think about is the difference between the short term and the long term. And when we talk about what happened in the last 20 years, that's ultimately in the vast continuum of things, a short-term thing. And so the United States was attacked on 9/11 by a group called Al-Qaeda, which was provided haven in Afghanistan by the Taliban, like-minded fellows. And we went in there in Afghanistan and defeated basically Al-Qaeda and the Taliban 20 years ago. But 14 years after that, or 12 or 13, however it was, right around 2014 and 15, we had an even worse situation. We had what's called ISIS, the Islamic State, which propped up in Iraq and Syria and later morphed into other places such as Libya, Yemen, and so forth, and of course poured into Europe and other places during the migrant crisis and whatnot. So I think the point is, 9/11 happened and the United States did what it did, but it thought exclusively in sort of, if you wish, a myopic way. It just, narrowed down. There's one group called Al-Qaeda and affiliate groups. They're the bad guys, and we're going to take them out. But because we don't really address or talk about or try to dismantle or even criticize the source, to me, Al-Qaeda and the Taliban are symptoms. They're not the source of the ultimate animosity, just as the Islamic State is also not the source. And because we don't really, it's not politically correct, it's not part of the narrative to ever go after the source, so that is to say Islam itself, specifically key doctrines in Islam of jihad, which is an ironclad doctrine, no less than prayer and fasting and the 5 pillars. In fact, some Muslims consider it the 6th pillar. So as long as we don't deal with that, that's why you got ISIS after you had Al-Qaeda. But if you even go back further, as I like to do, not just 20 years, but let's say centuries, back to the beginning of Islam in the 7th century, you will see that you always had massive jihadist groups. Sometimes there were caliphates, sultanates, emirates, and in modern times, because of the ascendancy of the West and the retreat of the Islamic world, now you just have disparate terrorist groups. But they're always there, again, because the ideology is there. And it may morph, it may change, it may go dormant, but it's always there and it always pops up. So I think that's the big lesson between past and present. And I would like to say, as I thought I would, if I was planning on giving this presentation a couple of months ago, I would say that, well, in the short term, we won. but in the long term, we're sort of losing. But it's actually worse because it seems even in the short term, we're losing with what just happened in Afghanistan. Because in the short term, we went in there supposedly to fight and eliminate radical Islam, whether it's an Al Qaeda or Taliban manifestation, and it ended up after 20 years and a lot of trillions of dollars in American lives lost and so forth. You have the Taliban back there, stronger than ever, with billions of dollars of U.S. military equipment. So it's sad because it's not just a matter of where you have a myopic blind sight to the long term, but even in the long term, in the short term, we're also missing it and having massive problems. So I think it's best at this time, 20 years later, to reflect on not just getting it right in the short term, which is the least that can be expected when you're in the most powerful nation in the world, but also to start bringing in the long-term view and getting lessons from that on how to ultimately ameliorate and defeat the problem. Thank you.
Ultimately, getting it right. The one and only Raymond Abraham, Shellman Fellow at the David Horowitz Freedom Center, and an expert, almost impossible to debate. It is not possible to debate Raymond Abraham. Speaks Arabic, studied Quran and Islamic history. So I loved when he said, Al-Qaeda or Taliban manifesto, same thing. It is the same thing. The root of the problem, Quran, Muhammad, Sharia. I will say it until I can't say it anymore. He is right. Symptoms. The cancer is that book. The book that, based on research by the wonderful Dr. Bill Warner, contains 51% on how to deal with non-Muslims. We want to call it a religion? No. A religion does not dictate or tell its followers how to deal with those who are not part of the religion on a 51% average. No. It is not a religion. It's a cult. However, if you think what Raymond Abraham said was scary, let's listen to our next expert and a freedom fighter, dear friend of mine, who was with us on this live feed. I'm not sure if she still is, who has also been trying to inform us of one of the main players behind September 11, and so far, unfortunately, it has not gotten enough attention, but that's also part of the plan. We will put that out there and push it as much as we can. Claire Lopez, founder of Lopez Liberty LLC.
Hello, this is Claire Lopez, the founder and president of Lopez Liberty LLC. First, I want to thank Annie Cyrus, for putting together this wonderful tribute to all the fallen Americans and others who died on 9/11/2001 in the jihad attacks. I know that this tribute is also for all of those who have died since, our best and bravest, who have fought in places like Afghanistan and Iraq and other places, giving their all, sometimes coming home injured for life, other times not coming home at all. And this tribute goes to them, the bravest and the best of our American fellows who have served this country with pride and with honor, and we owe them a debt of gratitude that we can never really repay. We want also, of course, to pay tribute to those Americans, our brave, courageous service members who were killed just a short time ago at Kabul Airport in Afghanistan. They too were serving their country with honor and pride and courage, and deserve our thanks and our gratitude forever. But I also now want to sound a note of caution, a note of warning.
And that is because as the United States flees the battlefield, shows to the world a reluctance to stand up and be the leader of the free world. What we're looking at gathering again, I think, in Afghanistan is a grouping of the very same parties, or nearly so, as gathered there before the first 9/11. I mean Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, in particular the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, the Quds Force, and of course the Iranian intelligence services. Hezbollah, which by the way has been training the Taliban inside of Afghanistan since the 1990s and continues to do so. Al-Qaeda, of course, which was ousted from Afghanistan after the attacks of 9/11 and found refuge. Osama bin Laden, fighters and families, found refuge for 10 years or nearly so, more than 9 years, inside of Iran. Al-Qaeda is establishing a presence once again inside of Afghanistan. Of course, the Taliban now, having taken over the entire country, and a new player there that wasn't there the first 9/11, the Islamic State. They're calling it ISIS-K, but it's not ISIS. It's the Islamic State, Khorasan. And then finally, I would say that there is one party that was up to its eyeballs in the first 9/11 that is not present, not part of what is gathering again in Afghanistan, and that is Saudi Arabia. They have turned a page with their new, young, dynamic leader, the Crown Prince, MBS, as he's called, Mohammed bin Salman. So minus the Saudis, plus the Islamic State, Iran, Hezbollah, Al-Qaeda, the Taliban. They are gathering together inside of Afghanistan, unopposed right now, and backed by some of the biggest powers on earth, including China. Remember what it says in the Quran, in verse 839. Fight them until there is no more tumult, there is no more division, and all be for Allah alone. They don't stop. Islamic Jihad does not stop because America decides to leave the battlefield. So while we pay tribute and honor those who have fallen on 9/11 and since then, we need to begin to look ahead. And I call on America's national security leadership to begin to think what is gathering inside of Afghanistan in very much the same way as happened before the first 9/11. We hope there will not be a second 9/11, but we must be alert and aware that that is what's gathering, and that is what we must be alert to and prepared for. Thank you so much again, Annie, for putting together this wonderful tribute. Thank you to all of our fallen heroes and those who still serve in so many ways. It's an honor to be part of this presentation. Thank you.
And thank you, Claire Lopez, for being a part of this presentation and everything that you do. For anyone who likes to get more information and get more educated on all the topics that Claire Lopez covers almost daily, you can find her on social media under the ID Claire M. Lopez. But I want you to go to this website, Iran, or Iran, I-R-A-N, Iran 911, numbers 911case.com. Claire Lopez has been involved. She has been an expert witness on this case, Havlish case. On that website, you'll find proof, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I can't pronounce that word. I do apologize. Affidavit. There you go. And ruling in judgment of Islamic Republic of Iran's involvement, direct involvement with September 11. And again, thanks to the hard work of Claire Lopez and many other, we have the proof. We have the judgment. Question is, are we gonna get it out there? So next time we hear anyone in our administration talks about, even thinks about making a deal with Islamic Republic of Iran, where it's my motherland, but the regime of Iran, if anyone in our government even thinks about making a deal with Islamic Republic of Iran, we the people will petition that decision, because I personally, as an American, am sick and tired of funding terrorism. Our tax dollars are going to terrorists such as Islamic Republic of Iran's regime, IRGC, Hezbollah, Hamas, Taliban, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Ansar al-Sharia, the terrorist group that attacked Americans in Benghazi in September 11 of 2012. Let's take 1 second or 2 or 10 or as much as it's needed to go there. As I said at the beginning of this broadcast, today is also the 9th anniversary of Benghazi. On September 11, 2012, I believe around 9:40 p.m. local time, which makes it about, if I'm correct on time zone, around 8 o'clock in the morning our time, we were attacked by a terrorist Islamic jihadist group known as Ansar al-Sharia. Al-Sharia, I mean, come on. Do I need to translate that? I don't think so. Our men were left behind, and they did not come home. And I'm sure you all remember what Hillary Clinton said about it. What difference does it make? Well, let's show them. To us, there's a difference. Let's show them, to us, there is a difference. To us, we want a leadership that leaves no man behind. To us, we want a government that will protect Americans. We are sick and tired of being last on the list. For 4 years, we experienced what it feels to be America first under President Trump. And we all desire, crave, and demand that situation to be back. I am not necessarily saying to have President Trump back. I do personally, but since I'm talking on behalf of all Americans, I'm talking about the situation. We need America first. Again, we need Americans to be priority of our government. That is the job of our government. As I said, as an American citizen, I am done funding terrorism, and I don't want to be part of it. I don't. We shouldn't be part of it. I very much prefer if my tax dollars went to our first responders, police officers, military members, firefighters. I hope you all agree with this. I very much rather boost the funding for police and firefighters and first responders than funding IRGC, Hamas, or Taliban or Al-Qaeda. Oh, let me read this out loud. My pleasure, Claire. Claire Lopez is letting us know in the comments that the Havlish case, you go to Iran 911, numbers 911case.com, the affidavit that she co-authored with Bruce Teft, I hope I said that correctly, about the Iran Hezbollah, it's on exhibit number 6. So look for exhibit number 6. Also on the Benghazi case, see Citizens Commission on Benghazi, where you can see the June 2016 report I wrote with help from all our teams. Help may be seen. Okay, so you if you're on Facebook, look at the comments. The link is right there. And again, thank you, Clara, for everything you do. Thank you for taking action. You see, this is what we need. This is why we need to get behind people like Claire Lopez, Dr. Bill Warner, because they take action, okay? They're not just keyboard ninjas. They take action. They go up against the evil that they're facing. So again, you can find Claire Lopez on social media. Her ID and handle is at Claire M, like Mary, M Lopez. But yes, let's put our money, our taxpayers' tax dollars, to support our first responders who are bravely protecting us. And on that note, let's go ahead and get to know more of the first responders who made the brave choice and paid the ultimate price on September 11, 2001 to save other lives.
In the garden was an apple tree, and they were forbidden to eat of the fruit of that tree. Nathaniel Webb and his cousins picked his grandfather's still green apples anyway. When the old man saw that the apples were missing, he demanded to know who had disobeyed him. But when he was cornered, Nathaniel always got teary-eyed and told the truth. Officer Sharon Folkestone, who worked with Officer Webb at the Holland Tunnel, said that once when she was stuck in Brooklyn with a flat tire, he drove from his home in Jersey City just to sit with her and wait for the tow truck. And the thing was, she said, I didn't even have to ask. He was a Port Authority police officer for 28 years, and, said Mrs. Matthews, he was always trying to keep everyone else on the straight and narrow. His friends and colleagues knew Officer Webb as a righteous and generous man. He took care of his household mother, stopping in several times a week to spend time with her. Sometimes, when a few officers went out for drinks or dinner after work, he would pick up the tab.
Mr. Infante, 47, became a cadet with the Newark Police Department at 18. After staff cuts, he joined the Port Authority Police. As he progressed through its ranks, he attended college and then graduate school at night. His last post was at the highest-ranking policeman at LaGuardia and Kennedy airports, when Mayor Rudolph Giuliani was campaigning for the city police department to take over the job. Mr. Infante marshaled evidence to show his force was doing well. Mr. Infante was remembered as a nice guy. Paul Brady, a friend, recalled how Mr. Infante nursed him through a divorce. He had tried to say thanks. "What are you, nuts?" Inspector Infante answered. "We're friends." Anthony Infante had gotten in shape for the New York City Marathon after laying off the race for a few years. His regained slimness came in handy as he ran up the stairwell of the First World Trade Center, aiding victims. He was seen giving his coat to one man to protect him from burning materials.
Miss Mazza, 46, lived in Farmingdale, New York with Mr. Delosh. She was a police captain with the Port Authority and the first female commander at its police training academy. Trained as a nurse, she taught emergency medical service at the academy, a fact not lost on her neighbors. Everyone in the neighborhood would come to the house when anything was wrong, Mr. Delosh said. Like a young man across the street hurt his hand and he was with his grandmother who didn't know what to do.
Another neighbor was having chest pains. It turned out she was having a heart attack. When Kathy Mazza threw her line into the water, fish just couldn't resist. At least, it always seemed that way. Miss Mazza didn't get to fish as much as she would have liked in recent years, but she was known as the family fish person because of her chronic success. When she was growing up and went fishing with her brothers, she was the one who came home loaded down with all the fish. On our honeymoon, we went to Acapulco and we went deep sea fishing, said her husband Christopher Deloche.
Although just 5'6", Uhuru Ganja Houston, thick-set, with a confident stride, could be mistaken for a tough, no-nonsense type in his Port Authority police officer's uniform. He didn't look like someone with a fine eye for window treatments. A genial, affectionate fellow, had an artistic streak, and could be unashamedly emotional. After taking his son, Asani, 5, to his first day of school on September 6th, he lingered outside the classroom, watching through the window, teary-eyed. Officer Houston, 32, was determined to make a better life for his wife Sonia and their son and their daughter, Hannah. He had grown up in the projects of Canarsie, Brooklyn, sewing clothes and cutting hair as a teenager to earn money. As an adult, he was thrifty, and proudly moved his family to a home in Englewood, New Jersey. Every day off was family day, and every off they would go. On August 28th, they went to Bear Mountain. As he drove, he held Sonia's hand and remarked, "You know, I'm a good guy, and I'm doing all right."
As a boy, the two things that scared Ken Titchen most were fire trucks and police cars. So he took some ribbing from his family when, as an adult, he chose a job that required him to ride in both. Typical, said Mrs. Quinn, noting his commendation for bravery this year, received for tackling a man who had stabbed the sergeant he worked with. As a firefighter several years back, he returned to a burning building to rescue an unconscious colleague. Mr. Titchen was at the 33rd Street PATH station when he heard about the terrorist attack. Mr. Titchen commandeered a taxi, banished the driver to the back seat, and drove to Ground Zero. He rushed into the North Tower and helped people down. One of those Mr. Titchen rescued on September 11th attended his memorial mass, but he did not stay because he became overwhelmed. Mrs. Quinn said, "My brother had a choice whether to go back, and he chose to go back in. I wouldn't expect anything less from him."
Hello, I'm Isaac Kite with the Inside Israel News Podcast, where you can hear unbiased news about Israel and current events in the Middle East. 20 years ago today, I got up for an ordinary day to go to school, attending college at the time, and as I finished getting dressed and I came out to the living room, I saw my dad looking at the television screen in horror. And I went to look myself and saw there was smoke rising from the World Trade Center tower. Now, we had been there just a few years before as tourists and gone to the top of those towers. Now one of them was aflame. It's really surprising. And we started wondering what's going on. Is some kind of accident? Did a plane flew into the building? Just as we were discussing this, a second plane flew into the other building. And we knew at that point that this was no accident. This was an act of terrorism. We also heard about what happened to the Pentagon and the crash of Flight 93 that day, where a group of American heroes as passengers refused to allow their plane and their lives to be used as a weapon to harm other people. We also had a great number of American heroes that day as first responders, police officers, firefighters, paramedics, who went into that building to save lives, to rescue the people who were working there. And in the process, many of them lost their lives as the buildings collapsed around them. America was targeted that day for destruction. We all felt it. We understood what it was to be under attack. our values, our liberties, our way of life was under attack by this chimera. It has many heads, Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, the Islamic State, many heads, okay? But it's one chimera, this militant, fundamentalist Islam. People who want to dominate the world and enforce a draconian lifestyle, medieval lifestyle on people with values that are incompatible with Western civilization. We simply cannot tolerate this fundamentalist Islam. And we look at the world today, in the war on terror, and it's difficult to say that we're winning. We are in full retreat in many places. Meanwhile, we're watching our liberties eroded here at home as government grows and encroaches upon our basic and fundamental freedoms. It is time for the righteous, for those who believe in freedom and justice and morality, to stand up. We need to unite in the name of those heroes who died on 9/11 and so many of our awesome veterans who have fought since. Prayers for them and blessings to you. God bless you all, and God bless America.
Amen. You heard from Isaac Kite, the host of the daily podcast Inside Israel News. You can find it on his social media also. You can go to politicalvanguard.com and his podcast is posted there as well. We talked about, briefly, immigration being directly related or plays a huge role in what seems to be us losing. As Isaac said, it's hard to say we're winning. So let's go ahead and hear from an expert who can explain it much better than I can, or with more facts involved than I can. Michael Cutler, who we recently had on our weekly webinars brought to you by the David Horowitz Freedom Center and the Glazov Gang. He is a retired senior INS senior agent who graciously took the time to send this amazingly informative video. So let's take a listen.
Hi, my name is Michael Cutler. I'm a retired senior special agent of what was the Immigration and Naturalization Service. Today that mission is carried out by ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. I'm a New Yorker, I'm an American, and I'm here today because today marks the 20th anniversary of the terror attacks of September 11, 2001, where not only was America attacked, but my hometown was attacked. On 9/11, the ashes from that conflagration at Ground Zero fluttered down on my neighborhood in Brooklyn, landed on my home, landed on my family, and it took the lives of quite a few of my neighbors. America is at risk, and the risk is an existential one because there are people around the world, for a bunch of reasons, who despise America. They don't like our freedom, they don't like our success, they have ideological issues. There's no shortage of reasons why individuals don't like the United States and would like to see an end to our country. But first and foremost, we must understand that throughout history, America, just like other countries, have faced adversaries. That's why countries have a military. Many countries refer to their armed forces as self-defense forces. Immigration is actually part of our military, not officially, but when you consider strategically the mission of immigration. The branches of the U.S. military all have a common goal: to keep the enemies of our country as far from our country as possible. But up close and in person, that important mission falls to the Border Patrol and then to ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The 9/11 Commission, therefore, reached out to me after 9/11 to request that I go to Washington to provide them with a deposition and testimony. I've appeared before numerous congressional hearings in both the House and Senate. And I'm here to tell you today that our government is violating the findings and recommendations of the 9/11 Commission, and this does not give me great pleasure. It gives me great consternation. It's not about the Democrats or the Republicans, it's both parties. President George W. Bush was the president when 9/11 happened. The way that Bush created the Department of Homeland Security violated the enabling legislation of the Homeland Security Act. Immigration was never supposed to be folded in with other agencies. It was never supposed to be divided between Customs and Border Protection and Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The push for globalism has been that pervasive in both parties, so that the immigration system that we're always told is failing has actually become the most successful delivery system in the history of the United States. It delivers an unlimited supply of cheap exploitable labor, an unlimited supply of foreign tourists and foreign students. I'm here today to tell you that as Americans, we need to question our politicians. The one question that every politician should be made to answer, regardless of how high up or low up their position is in government, is how their policies are in the best interest of the people, pardon me, who live within their jurisdictions. Our government is no longer representing the best interest of America or Americans. I really believe that we've gotten to a point in America where the situation has become so clear and so obvious with the fall of Afghanistan to the very same people who carried out the attacks of 9/11. The duplicity of our officials could not be clearer, or the need for our own involvement more compelling. Individually, as Americans, we have a voice. When people say to me, I'm only one person, what can I do? Let me tell you, it's individuals who write history. It's individuals who can make all the difference. The first step is getting involved, becoming educated, be willing to go out there and have conversations. There's never been a more important time for Americans to exercise that First Amendment, freedom of speech, the right for peaceable assemblage. When the government, this administration, can tell us that the biggest risk we face is from white extremists, but to ignore the threats posed by enemies overseas who want to destroy this country and want to kill people, and their goal in killing isn't just to kill, their goal in killing Americans on 9/11 and in the attacks that followed was to alter America's posture in the world. Joe Biden gave them that success just a couple of days ago. The Taliban is now back in control of Afghanistan. Afghanistan was of significance because it was the staging area, the sanctuary from which Al-Qaeda and then ISIS operated. We can make things right, but only if we get involved. The situation is not going to correct itself. We, the people, can make the changes. I'm here with a message of optimism. I do believe in America, and I do believe in our fellow Americans. Life is a tough proposition. We should be here for each other, for our American brothers and sisters of every race, every religion, every ethnicity. I so appreciate this opportunity to address you today. Let's not forget the horrors of 9/11, the horrors of the other terror attacks, the risks and dangers that we face in this dangerous world. But let's also remember that the United States, throughout history, has always risen to the challenge and overcome the obstacles. We defeated the Nazis in the Second World War. We made the world safe for democracy. We must make certain that the world continues to be safe for democracy. Let's not forget the warnings of the 9/11 Commission. Let's unite as Americans, and let's create a bright future for America, for Americans, and for the free world. Thank you so much. Be safe.
In the 20 years that John and Diane Corcoran were married, goodbyes rolled around every 84 days. Mr. Corcoran, known to everyone as Jay, was in the Merchant Marine, a first engineer on huge cargo ships. His schedule had him sailing all over the Far East for tours of 84 days. When he finished, he went home to Norwell, Massachusetts for 84 days. Jay often said to me, if you add it all up, people who travel for business could be gone as long as I am, said Mr. Corcoran's sister. When he returned from the sea, the first thing Mr. Corcoran, 43, did was catch up on his sleep. Then, his wife said, he was in perpetual motion, golfing, doing yard work, going on field trips with his children, and working on his cabin in Augusta, Maine. On September 11th, Mrs. Corcoran drove him to the airport to catch a plane for Los Angeles. It was United Flight 175. It would strike the World Trade Center. As Mr. Corcoran went through the doors, Mrs. Corcoran wanted to call him back.
Amy Jarrett, a flight attendant on United Airlines 175, loved to travel. The men in Miss Jarrett's life marveled at her organizational skills. When she was around, everything ran smoothly, said Mark Jarrett, her brother. The 28-year-old Miss Jarrett also kept flying because it gave her the resources and free time to divide herself between Philadelphia, where her longtime boyfriend, Kyle Riscani, lives, and the home she shared with her father and two brothers in her native Rhode Island. We assumed that she would get married when it came time to have children, said Mr. Riscani, who had recently completed a 2-year job in Australia. We just needed to be in the same place a little longer. I told her she had to start thinking more about her own needs, but she liked taking care of others, said Mr. Riscani, who met Miss Jarrett at the 1995 homecoming. She enjoyed slot machines and betting on racehorses, but fretted that she was spoiling herself if she was lured by a clothing sale.
Deeply religious and outgoing man. An immigrant from Haiti, Mr. Morale was an usher at the 1 p.m. Haitian Mass at the Holy Name of Jesus Roman Catholic Church on the Upper West Side. He went to work early every morning, said his ex-wife. He would leave at 4:30 a.m., she said, for his job in Cantor Fitzgerald's mailroom on the 101st floor and arrive home at 4:15 p.m. He was dedicated to his job. He never let his job down. William Morale, 29, lived in a room in a Harlem apartment rented by Manal and Renee Delbrun. I liked him. My wife liked him, Mr. Delbrun said. On a recent Sunday, Wilbur Audrey sat at a table in the church's vestibule before the service and recalled a deeply religious and outgoing man. He used to stand right here, behind me, he said. Then I came here one day and they don't see him.
"21 years ago, Turi Bolurchi, her husband Akbar, and her 2 daughters fled Iran when Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini closed the schools. As a nurse, educated in England, and married to a doctor, she was determined to see her girls properly educated. Dishes requiring a dozen steps and 24 ingredients did not faze her. She would look through food and wine magazines, Mrs. Turan said, read through a recipe and just make it for guests. She was very courageous, and it always worked out. She loved cooking, especially for guests. After settling in California, Mrs. Bolurchi created a home filled with exotic decorative touches, spicy Middle Eastern food, and books. Flying terrified her, but she forced herself into a plane September 2001 to see Mrs. Turan and her grandsons in Boston. On September 11th, she boarded United Airlines Flight 175 for the trip home.
He had the itchiest feet. Robert LeBlanc's insatiable desire to see the world meant he would not even have embarked on one trip when he would already be sketching out the next. On September 11th, he was on United Airlines Flight 175 to a geography conference in Los Angeles. Mr. LeBlanc, 70, was a professor emeritus of geography at the University of New Hampshire and lived in Lee, New Hampshire with his wife. Though he had retired from teaching nearly 3 years ago, he remained an active and restless scholar. He didn't just want to read books about people, Mrs. LeBlanc said. He wanted to go there. He wanted to smell the smell and taste the food and talk to people. There were not many places he had not been. Granted, he had never set foot in Antarctica. But he did live on an ice island near Greenland on 2 occasions when he was in college. Now his wife faces the considerable task of sorting out his frequent flyer mileage. There are 7 different airlines he has frequent flyer mileage with, she said. It's impossible.
Special thanks to Michael Cutler. Thank you, sir, for your service to our country. Thank you for your testimony in front of Congress. And thank you for still doing the right thing and telling the truth. And thank you for being part of this project. As he said, yes, we are all here with a positive message today. But next time you want to stand up and say you're not okay with open borders, or you want better screening, or you don't want thousands of Afghan Muslim men who are not screened to come into the country, and you're called whatever label you are called, don't worry about it. Let them call you whatever they want to call you. Because as he mentioned, and as I have been saying for many years, one of the ways they are infiltrating our country, one of the ways they're committing their jihad is through social jihad, infiltrating from within, coming to this country, not assimilating, not becoming an American citizen, but rather coming here to change our country and our ways of life. So don't be afraid to speak up. Don't be afraid to, as he said, question our government and demand answers. And if you do not get answers, then don't be afraid to challenge the government. Remember, our First Amendment to this day still gives us the right to peacefully petition our government. So it was very delightful to have an expert say and tell us that there's a way for us to stop the infiltration of our nation through immigration, I should do that. So I hope you take his words to heart and keep an open mind. You can find most of his work at frontpagemag.com as well. And as he said, get educated. We are almost coming to an end of this broadcast, so I will take no more time, and let's go hear from another truth teller, dear friend, who also speaks out daily to help us know the truth and inform us. Jeff Crouere, his website is crouere.net.
Hello everyone, I'm Jeff Crouere. I'm host of Ringside Politics, which is a TV program, radio program, and of course the author of America's Last Chance. Of course, this is a very special day. This is the 20th anniversary of a horrific event. Of course, the 9/11 attacks, when almost 3,000 innocent people were killed by radical Islamic terrorists who were, of course, looking to strike against what they call the Great Satan. And, you know, the blame for this can really go back for years. We unfortunately had opportunities to take out Osama bin Laden, didn't do it. The Clinton administration had plenty of opportunities to get him and failed. And then during the first few months of the Bush administration, the threat wasn't taken seriously enough. And then sadly, we paid a horrible price. And those attacks were launched on September 11th. And of course, we'll never forget those victims and never forget what happened. In the aftermath of that, though, this country unfortunately made some mistakes. We went into Afghanistan, bombed those terrorist camps, did a great job of going after those responsible for 9/11, Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden. They left that country, and at that point we should have declared victory and left. Unfortunately, we stayed. We engaged in what's called nation building, and that never works. We spent 20 years and over $2 trillion in Afghanistan. That's a graveyard of empires. It's a country where Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, the Brits, the Russians, and of course now us, have failed. And here's the bottom line. The Taliban was victorious. Terrorists, killers, Islamic radicals who treat women as slaves, they behead, they stone people. These are horrible, horrible terrorists who are not partners, are not people we can trust. And unfortunately now we've got an administration that is believing somehow the Taliban can be partners. Of course, I agree with the fact that we needed to end the war in Afghanistan after 20 years. It was America's longest war. We lost 2,400 of our brave military service members in that country. Okay, they died fighting for this country. And sadly, in the end now, we have lost because the Taliban that was in control in 2001 is now back in control. And to make matters worse, they now have billions of dollars in military equipment and air bases that we left for them. So now they're going to be better equipped than ever and more dangerous than ever. And guess what? Terrorists are back in the country too. ISIS-K, Al-Qaeda. And I don't believe the whole Biden administration talking point that ISIS-K is somehow mortal enemies with the Taliban. Their big enemy is the United States. Their big enemy is Western civilization. They want to impose Sharia law on all of us. They want a worldwide caliphate. So they might have differences, but of course, they both agree that the enemy is the United States. So the Biden administration is engaged in behavior that is truly despicable, truly disgraceful. We left Americans behind in Afghanistan. We now have American hostages. So in Iran, we had 52 American hostages for 444 days before they were released. Here in Afghanistan, we have literally hundreds, but we don't even know the number. And we have no idea how long these hostages will be held by the terrorist group. We've also, of course, now lost tremendous amount of prestige and standing on the international stage because of what happened in Afghanistan. So this is going to be a national security problem for the United States of America that may last for years, if not decades. The Biden administration has seriously harmed our country as far as national security, not only by that action, but also what they've done at the border, where we don't know who is coming into our country, and we're not even sure potential terrorists could be reaching our country through the wide open southern border. So this administration has really put us all in peril 20 years after 9/11. And that's what I think we need to recognize. We need to keep our guard up for another potential attack, either abroad or here at home. And unfortunately, we've got an administration that doesn't seem to be willing to go after this problem in the type of vigorous way that we need for our safety. So the American people are facing a very perilous 9/11. Let's never forget those victims 20 years ago. But let's do what we can to put pressure on this administration, to pressure on Congress to do more to protect our southern border and to do more to make sure that we stand against the Taliban and do not work with the terrorists in Afghanistan. Do not give them standing, because that will just encourage them to do more terrorist activity and more barbarity to the people in their country and also innocent people abroad. So on 9/11, remember everything that happened over the past 20 years, and we vow that we need to work together as Americans to protect our country from future attacks. I'm Jeff Cruaire. To learn more, of course, go to cruaire.net, a great resource about my programs, and let's all work together to help this country as we move forward during these very perilous times. Thank you.
One night at a club in Staten Island, two young men approached two young women. They paired off and chatted for a few minutes until one of the men whispered to his friend that he wanted to switch partners. So they did. And that is how William O'Keefe met his wife, Ginny. With his flexible schedule, he spent many days cheering them on. He was proud of that. No regrets, Mrs. O'Keefe said. He was a great father and a great husband. He was the best. Never loud or aggressive, Captain O'Keefe was nevertheless assertive. He was the one who wanted to switch partners. He had a quiet way that served him well as a firefighter, and later an officer. He wasn't a blowhard, Mrs. O'Keefe said. He was never boastful. He was a gentleman. The only thing Captain O'Keefe, 48, and in the best shape of his life, liked more than running was watching his daughters, Tara, 20, and Caitlin, 17, compete at track meets.
In some ways, Thomas Haskell seemed like everyone's idea of a firefighter. The battalion chief for Ladder Company 132 in Brooklyn, he loved football. Just before Thanksgiving, Mr. Haskell would start disappearing into the basement of his home. About 2 weeks before Christmas, his wife and other relatives would be invited downstairs to see an elaborate winter landscape with hundreds of tiny ceramic figures surrounded by ski chalets with 3 separate train sets running through it all. Last year, he built 3 miniature towns, Meganville, Ehrenberg, and Tarrytown, named for his daughters, along with Barbara's Garden for his wife. Behind them all was a dark blue night sky lit up with electric stars. God help you if you got in the way of the TV on Sundays, said Dawn Haskell Carbone, his sister. And he played on the fire department team, like his brothers, Kenneth and Timothy. Timothy Haskell also died in the World Trade Center attack.
Captain Thomas Farino was the rock on which his wife, Mary, built her life. He was the baby in a family of 6 boys, sons of a New York City policeman. He was captain of Engine Company 26 in Manhattan, doing a job he loved. He was posthumously promoted to battalion chief. After the attack, Mrs. Farino thought, wow, this is what he was talking about. It was a gift he gave me by telling me I'm stronger than I think. I know how happy he would feel to know that I believe I am stronger. He was the most content person I'd ever met, Mrs. Farino said. Throughout their 20 years together, she said he would tell her, love me all you want me all you want, but don't need me so much. You have to get your strength for someone higher than me. I never knew anyone who woke up in the morning happy to go to work, said Mrs. Farino, and his schedule allowed for a lot of family time. For their children, Jane 10 and James 6, it was like having another mother. 5 out of 7 days they'd have Daddy at home.
At 57, he was a tall, unassuming man, never the type to dominate a conversation or even brag. But when he did have something to say, his soft-spoken words were usually the strongest and most effective that could be said. Despite his sometimes gruff exterior, his family knew he was a teddy bear. Richard Prunty's world revolved around 2 families. There was his family in Sayville on Long Island, and there was his 2nd Battalion of the New York City Fire Department. Mr. Prunty, the battalion chief, would explain to his wife Susan that his life depended on his firefighters. They depended on him too. When he received promotions, his firefighters did not want to see him move on. It truly was a brotherhood, she said. Mr. Prunty was heading into One World Trade Center with his firefighters, but his wife thinks he probably had tried to call them out because he was so conscious for their safety. His daughter recalls her father's visit when she became so ill at Dartmouth College in New Hampshire that she couldn't finish classes during the final exams. He stayed for 1 week sleeping on the floor. I almost didn't graduate, and that put me through it, she said.
Mr. Callahan was promoted to captain in 1997 and months later was transferred to Ladder Company 35 on the Upper West Side. But the family did not have any big parties. A quiet man, Mr. Callahan liked to read about the Civil War or World War II. He wasn't big on celebrations, Mrs. Callahan said. He'd rather sit and be home, said Mrs. Callahan, an 8th grade math teacher in Middletown, New York. As the children grew, Mr. Callahan taught them how to ride bicycles and play basketball. But Mrs. Callahan's most cherished memory was when her husband and Harry, then not older than 5, worked together on the exterior of their house in Breezy Point, with Harry helping his father with the hammering. He was his little helper. Wherever Dad went, he went, Mrs. Callahan recalled. He was very good with his kids that way. Captain Frank Callahan was living his dream. As a boy and a young man, he wanted to be a firefighter. Mr. Callahan was appointed in September 1973. That job was all he ever wanted, Mrs. Callahan recalled. That was the best thing that ever happened to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, by now we have heard from 14 experts, freedom fighters, and truth tellers, and I think it's safe to say we all agree with everything they have said, or maybe majority of what they have said. We got to know 52 of the victims who lost their lives on September 11. And as I said, this is an ongoing project, and I would like to repeat, if you want to be part of this project that you just saw a very small portion of it today, you can be involved. We are going to continue doing this, making these videos, so you can be part of it. I will repeat, we are absolutely in no shape or form. We are not asking for any financial support. We are asking for you to volunteer your voice, your time, your emotion, your talent, your ability, capability, and willingness. So if you want to be part of September 11 project, memorial project, you can go to liveuptofreedom.com, or you can send an email to liveuptofreedom@gmail.com. Last words of wisdom will go to Daniel Greenfield, brilliant mind, truth teller, Shellman Fellow at the David Rhodes Freedom Center, and the writer and editor of the blog The Point. And I will be back after we hear his thoughts and reflections on September 11th 20th anniversary.
September 11th made me who I am today. I think it made a lot of us who we are today. But this is my story. I was a New York City kid, and when I first came to New York City, it was at night, and the skyline was all lit up. It looked like some sort of magical kingdom. And towering above all of those were the Empire State Building, the Chrysler Building, still my favorite skyscraper, and the Twin Towers. The Twin Towers were not decorative in the same way that the Empire State Building and the Chrysler Building, those kinds of Art Deco structures were. The Twin Towers were squares. They were ugly in some ways. They were meant as triumphs of technology, of our ability to construct something that massive. And the destruction of the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center, equally made the same point. What we can build, they can destroy. That was their message to us. It's still their message to us. It's their message not only when it comes to skyscrapers, but our society, our values, our beliefs, our convictions. Terrorists operate not by simple conquest, but by destroying and breaking the morale of those who would oppose them. That's what we saw in Afghanistan. It's what we've seen in our own soil. September 11th was an incredibly clarifying day. And we need clarifying moments, even when they're horrifying ones, whether it's September 11th or what just happened in Afghanistan. We often focus on the outrage of the day, the talking point of the day, the trending outrage. But we don't actually take the long view. And our enemies, whether it's communist China or the jihadis, they very much take the long view. They are all about the long view. No, when David Horowitz joined the right, became a conservative, he jokes that he joined the losing side. And, you know, a lot of the time it does feel like we're on the losing side. considering the inroads of the Muslim Brotherhood that their Islamist allies have made since September 11th, it's absolutely incredible. The population gains in the United States alone have been mind-blowing. Their political influence. After September 11th, we could at least discuss Islamic terrorism, Muslim terrorism, even if we did it in terms of Islamofascism. Today, we basically are not even allowed to do that much. So it's certainly hard to say, even beyond what happened in Afghanistan, that we look like the winning side. And yet it is really important to understand that this is a long-term struggle. So on September 11th, it looked like the world very much was ending. People coming out covered in ash. The sky itself, I mean, I'm sure you've seen pictures of it, videos of it, but seeing it in real life is indescribable. There were contrasts. There were incredible contrasts. On the one hand, people went down to ground zero to volunteer to hand out sandwiches. The subways ran for free, movie theaters opened and just welcomed in people free of charge. Just come in. I believe Planet of the Apes was playing at the time. In some ways, very apt. But on the other hand, you saw at Union Square left-wing students setting up banners, anti-American banners, calling against any attack on the Taliban, on Afghanistan, on Al-Qaeda, blaming America for the attacks. Those signs said that we had to take responsibility. It was our fault that we had been attacked. And that was also a clarifying moment. Because what happened was not a disaster, was not a catastrophe, was not some sort of passive voice experience. It was an attack on us. And those signs, those banners were also an attack on us. There was an attack from without and an attack from within. And this is what we've been dealing with the red-green axis, with the enemies without and the enemy within. And both were very clarifying. They were clarifying in this gap between good and evil, between the choices that we had to make, between the determination that we needed to go forward. And we need those clarifying moments. We need those moments that force us to choose, good or evil, America or enemies. We need those moments because without those moments, we become so easily lost. And this is really in some ways the tragedy. We have a very comfortable life. Even those of us who are not comfortable are very comfortable compared to, say, life in Afghanistan, or really 90% of the world, certainly 80% of the world. We don't have the same stresses and challenges. And it becomes very easy to just drift. And there are moments that break us out of that force us to confront the fact that there is a larger struggle in life, that there are challenges, that we cannot just coast and we cannot just drift. For me, September 11th was very definitely one of those moments. It forced me to investigate, to examine, to decide what kind of commitment I could make to finding out who did this and resisting them. And this is what I've been doing for, well, quite a few years now. In the process, my hair has developed some gray hairs in it. And a lot of the time it does not look like we're winning, but that doesn't mean that the fight is not worth fighting. We can withdraw from Afghanistan, we cannot withdraw from America. We cannot withdraw from our communities or from our homes. Too many of us are doing that already. But the real battle is always going to be here. It's a battle for, as the Obama administration like to say, hearts and minds. But not their hearts and minds, not Afghan hearts and minds, not Iraqi hearts and minds, American hearts and minds. We need these clarifying moments, and we are going to get them. And we are going to get them harder and faster for the duration that it takes us to wake up. That is the simple, practical, ugly reality of it. We are going to be hit over and over again. We are going to be hit when we do see it coming and when we don't. The media may not cover it, but Islamic terrorist plots continue to happen on a regular basis. Whatever happened in Afghanistan doesn't fundamentally change that. Whatever we do, they are going to keep coming. There's an enemy without and there's an enemy within. And every day there are more and more of the enemy within, which calls upon us to have more of those clarifying moments, to wake up, to commit, and to stop being distracted. Because it is very easy to be distracted. The internet in particular, what it has evolved into, is a fantastic mechanism, a weapon of mass distraction that diverts us from what really matters and from what's really going on. It shouldn't take a clarifying moment. It shouldn't take the collapse of skyscrapers. It shouldn't take the murder of thousands for us to wake up. And yet, It might take that now and over again. That is the real tragedy. The real tragedy is that on September 11th, I could feel so many New Yorkers waking up, people who are Democrats, people who are on the left, waking up and realizing what was at stake, realizing that there are people who hate us, who intend to kill us, and who intend to keep on trying to kill us over and over again. There was a spirit of solidarity, such as the stuff of things I'd only read about World War II. We had that. We had that for days, we had that for weeks, and we lost it. But there is hope in that, because the fact that we had it means that we can get it back again. The question is, how many clarifying moments, how many September 11th will it take? That's the question. And that's my message for September 11th. Thank you for listening.
That's a $1 million question, isn't it? How many more clarifying moments does it take for us, all of us, to wake up? I would like to think no more. I would like to think there will be momentum. There will be a moment of clarity for everyone to unite, to remember, to learn, and to commit, to fight, and to win. My dear grandma always said, if a fight is worth fighting, then it's absolutely worth winning. I'll take it back to, as an immigrant, an ex-Muslim, and a former child bride who was saved by America, I truly believe that America is worth fighting for, and she's absolutely worth winning the fight for. I want to take a minute. I know we went over time. I'm sure you don't mind. But very special thanks to Dr. Jamie Glazov for helping and allowing the Glazov gang to collaborate with this project, so we were able to have 15 truth tellers, experts, and freedom fighters and titans to be with us tonight. Thank you, Dr. Jamie Glazov. Go to jamieglazov.com and get behind him. Watch his videos. Subscribe to his website, YouTube channel, Rumble channel, whatever you can do. Thank you, Dr. Jamie Glazov, also for being my mentor. Thank you for putting up with me for almost 10 years and never giving up on me. Special thanks to Liz. Thank you for trusting me with this project. Thank you for offering your wonderful, genuine, and brilliant idea of the memorial videos for the victims with me and giving me the honor to be the producer of it. Very special thanks to every single over 61 friends who joined us in last 5 weeks and dedicated their free time, their voices, their talents, their ability, capability, and they were willing to be part of this project. I'm forever grateful to you, and I feel like we have a very good start here to grow in numbers to where we can finish this project, hopefully, God willing, sooner rather than later. And those of you who might have not heard of the project, you may not be aware that we are asking for volunteers. I'm actually seeing some emails already coming in, which makes me very happy. You can send an email to liveuptofreedom@gmail.com. That is liveuptofreedom@gmail.com. On your subject line, just say 9/11 project and join this project. We shall remember, we will never forget, but it's time for us to remember. It's time for us to get to know them, and it's time for us to honor them by fighting so we don't lose our freedom and we don't face the tragic death that these innocent people faced. Thank you to all of you who actually did stay with me today for this 4 hours. I appreciate your comments. I have seen them. I appreciate your kind words. I appreciate everybody who sent prayers and positive thoughts. I appreciate you sharing this. As I said, this is not the end of it. Just because tomorrow is September 12th doesn't mean we are done. 20 years too long. Let's unite. Let's get involved. Let's take action. Let's do better. We can always do better. There is that doing better within us. And let's take this 20th anniversary of September 11 and the 9th anniversary of Benghazi and the few days after handing over Afghanistan by our administration, and our administration deciding to sacrifice 13 of our young, brave Marines. Let's take all of these clarifying moments, as said Daniel Greenfield, and do not lose momentum. As a proud American, as a human rights activist, as a person, and as a saved woman by our Lord and Savior, I believe we can do this. We just need to remind ourselves, at the end of the day, believe in Him. He will walk with us while we get through this battle. He's always with us. He won't leave us alone. And we cannot for a second doubt that in His hands and with His strength, there is a possibility for us to lose.
Let's close in prayer as we humbly consider everything we've heard and saw here tonight. Heavenly Father, Lord, we know your word tells us that there is a battle going on in this world. There is a spiritual battle between good versus evil, between darkness and light, between evil and good. And we, Father, have to recognize that. There's those who want to turn truth upside down and call good evil and evil good. They want to claim special revelation where there is none, and then they want to ignore special revelation where there is some. And Father, we know that there is a battle going on, and that there is an adversary roaming around seeking whom he can destroy. Father, we want to be like the men of Issachar. We want to understand the times and know how to respond. We want to be ready for the battle. And we want to be ready, not evil with evil or wickedness with wickedness, but with good and with truth. And you are truth. You are the source of all truth. And so I pray right now that you would embolden us, each and every one here today, who has heard and listened and saw this presentation, that you would stir us up. You would embolden us. Father, God, give us unity in spirit and in mind. Father, we pray, Lord, that you would be able to give us victory as we stand for truth and rescue others who are stumbling along to slaughter. Lord, we do pray for security against our enemy. We do pray that you'd protect us. But Father, that's not our goal. That is not our main goal. Our main goal is to do battle with evil and lies. And so protect us, I pray, from the slings and arrows of the evil one as we go forward. And Lord, we want to pray especially for those first responders and military personnel who serve our communities in selflessness. They're out there not making a lot of money, but putting their lives on the line for us at all times. And as we see foolish policies that are being enacted, increasing violence on our street, mental illness in our homes, suicides and overdoses, God, there is more and more stress being put upon these men and women who respond from our police department, fire department, paramedics, even our military, our National Guard. So, Father, we lift them up to you right now and ask you to give them special strength and stamina to do their work. I pray for Annie Cyrus, that you would prosper her cause as she goes forward and as she tries to get her message out of warning, and her unique perspective of being a child bride in in Iran, being a child bride and escaping that tyranny and knowing what it's like. Lord, help us to hear her warnings. Lord, help us to hear her warnings. Help us to take it to heart. Help us to warn others and rescue others. I pray that you would prosper this cause in Jesus' name.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. Once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. Through many dangers, toils, and fears, I have already come. Disgrace that brought me saves the star, and grace will bring me when we've been here 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, with no less days to sing God's praise as when we first begun. As when we first begun.